I will be stepping out at 9 p.m.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mendez,
Good evening, Paterson. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Udine,
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, this evening's prayer will be rendered by Commissioner Corey Teague, which is followed by the flag salute led by Councilman Farid Udine.
Can we bow our heads, brothers, sisters? Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight because our city is at a crossroads. We are in dire need of change in this city. We are in dire need of righteous leadership in this city and in this community. And tonight we ask that as the business of this city goes forward, that your spirit will lead and guide each and every decision that's made, every response that's given, both from the audience, from the gallery, from the dais. We just ask tonight that you lead and you guide this meeting. You guide every word that we say, everything that's written down, every decision that's made. We know that the heart of the King is in your hand and that you can turn it whichever way you please. So tonight we ask that your mercy be upon us and that you would give us the grace to get through tonight so that the business of this city and what needs to happen in this community can go forward without any hindrance. Amen.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone, please remain standing. We'll now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you.
Council President.
One second, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2022-2023. The meeting date is April 11th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022-2023 on or about July 1, 2022. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, the Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022-2023 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, we do have a short agenda. Let's do some items first, then we'll go to the public portion.
You want to do payment of bill?
Let's do payment of bills now. A motion for payments of bill?
Thank you, Council President. Payment of bill for this week, it's the total is $5,133,900 $177,353.81. Out of that, $4.2 million are for insurance, and total in general government is $4.3 million. So this bill was reviewed at the Finance Committee meeting, and I recommend this bill to be paid.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on payments of bill, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call for approval of the payment of bills in the amount of $5,177,353.81 sorry. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
President, before I vote, my chairperson of finance, Councilwoman Davila, is absent from this meetings because she's in disability. She went under surgery, speedy recovery for her. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $5,177,353.81 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's do the consent agenda now.
Yes.
Which is item 24 to 42.
All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 24 through 42. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilman Mendez, and Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Discussion on
So
consent.
before I vote, I just want to make sure there's nothing on the consent agenda that should be shifted. Give me 1 second. My apologies for being late.
This is 6:21.
I'm fine.
Roll call on consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call for approval of the consent agenda. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I have been requesting, have followed the process of the meetings to be televised, to be on the agenda. It was on the agenda last week in workshop, has been removed again, so I'm gonna ask the parliamentarian, our municipal clerk, if she can give the ruling on what happens when any council member places an item on the agenda for workshop. It is discussed in workshop. What happens if there's authority to remove it without that council member for the regular meeting?
Mr. President, may I?
Madam Clerk.
So, as far as I'm concerned, any council member at the caucus or the workshop sessions can add any item to the agenda, and with the approval of the council president, we set the agenda. But once the item is set in the caucus or the workshop session, it goes on the regular meeting agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that being said, I'm gonna put it on the record. My item that was here last week should not have been removed as per the parliamentarian rule that was placed, and it does not have to be a unanimous vote for it to be added. Should not have been removed. I'm asking my item to be placed back on the agenda for tonight's meeting. It does not have to be open for someone to unanimously approve it. That is not the process. There are opinions, and there was a lawsuit that was done in Irvington. There's a ruling in Newark as well as Jersey City that states that any council person can put any item on the workshop agenda. It is not to be removed by any person unless the council person that placed it removes it. So I'm asking, I'm sure it would be easy to pull my item so that it could be added on this agenda for a vote on tonight. And then people could vote how they like.
Thank you. Like you said, workshop agenda, this is a regular meeting.
Right. And I'm asking again, Council President.
I will
it
not
was
put,
on the
I will not,
workshop.
I will not put it on the agenda
It was
tonight.
on the workshop, Council President.
Right.
Whether you vote yes or no, just add, it could be added
He
to the
was,
agenda.
yes, we did have that item on a regular meeting previously, and it did not get the support. We did vote on that item on last month, I believe.
But
So we
Council
did vote on that
President,
item.
there were many items that were on the agenda
Which-
in previous times
I-
that were voted
Ca-
down, and we've added them back and they've been voted. So I'm asking very graciously that the item be placed back on the agenda.
Like I said, item is, the
Councilwoman, you can put a
agenda is
motion
set
in a
already.
second.
No, we don't, there's no motion or
He
second.
can't put it on unanimously. If he can't take it off unanimously, how could he put it on unanimously? So put a motion.
That's not what I
Councilman,
stated.
one second.
That's,
And we,
It
we,
was on the
we-
agenda.
one second, and
you
we,
weren't here
we,
last week,
we,
Councilman Abdul.
and also we did
We have a
have.
legal opinion from our council. It's not on the
One second,
agenda. Let's discuss what's on the agenda.
One second, Councilman Abdulaziz. With this item and a couple of other items, we had many discussions in the workshops. Many meetings. And there have been ruling was done by our corporation council as well as our Madam Clerk. And let's continue with the agenda.
Council President,
Council President.
Councilman Mims?
Council President, I'll let Councilman Udine first, and then I would like to speak after Councilman Udine.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Council President. Again, I am one of the co-sponsors for televising workshop session. And I understand, Council President, that you removed it, but again, I'm just reminding that in the workshop session, no one was complaining about it. And I don't know for what was the reason that removing this item from this workshop session. I would love to get Corporation Council's attention on this, that whether it is something permissible legally, and if it is, then one thing I'd like to clarify that if one of the agenda, it could be failed. There's nothing wrong with failing. My point is, if it is just removed because I don't like it, then in the future, if I come up with something and if the council president doesn't like it, then I would not see my agenda, my items on the agenda. It's going to happen. So I'd love to hear legal advice that what's the legal stand on this.
She gives the final ruling is from the
And
parliamentarian.
besides, I want people to know at the same time that if an item removed like this, then if I'm not one of the council president's favorite person, then my items will be removed anytime.
Council President.
1 second, Councilman Mims?
Corporation Council, I ask his
Yeah, go ahead.
attention.
Thank you, Council President, Councilman Udine, for that inquiry. I'll first start off with reiterating previous guidance provided to this council by myself and my predecessors on this very issue, and specifically referencing Paterson Code Section 5-20E2, saying that on a Friday preceding each regular meeting of the council, the clerk shall prepare, with the approval of the president, the agenda for the ensuing meeting. I will also note that according to Robert's rules, the passage or reconsideration of this motion would be subject to other rules and regulations and would have to follow Robert's Rules of Orders in order to be reconsidered. Thank you.
I was next.
Councilman Mims, then Councilman Abdulaziz.
So first and foremost, the final ruling always in the council chambers comes from the parliamentarian, which is the municipal clerk. I know we've asked Corporation Council for guidance, but he doesn't give the final ruling in the council chambers. The law says, and the statute is clear, that when we have to get guidance as to parliamentary rules and how it's guided, it is to be done. And we were told by one of the longer-serving councilmen at the swearing in that is done by Madam Clerk. It is very clear. If someone, and you stated it correctly, Councilman Udine, we have never, to the public, many items, even on the agenda tonight, have been removed from the agenda, whether they've been voted on, passed, failed, and they have been brought back because the council didn't want it. They reached out to other council members and got the other swing vote, and they brought it back. So all of a sudden now, they don't want this item because it's something the public wants. It's not a MEMS item. The public wants to see the meetings. They are asking and demanding, and the only reason why it's not here tonight is because the council president moved it. I followed the process. I went through legal. We had it done. I followed the process and made sure it went to the clerk's office on time. It was on the agenda last week. We left this meeting at about 11:30 at night, and then to come back on Tuesday to see that item is removed, it's egregious. I've asked very graciously on tonight. The co-sponsor of the item has asked as well. I don't even know what further we need to discuss. The item should be placed back on the agenda. It should have never been removed, and we keep going through this back and forth every day, every week. People keep saying, MEMS, just, let it go. People elected me to advocate for them. We were elected by the people. This is the people's item. This is the people's chambers, and anything going on here, seniors, they want to see the meetings, people that can't get here, that work, they're single parent homes, and all that, they want to see the meetings. If you want to vote no, then you vote no. But the item should not be voted on to come back on. It should be placed back on just the same way it was removed. And I asked very nice and graciously tonight, Council President, this is not a dictatorship. Every council member has the authority to place anything on the agenda. And just because you may not like the council person and may not be a part of your 5 does not give you the authority to remove it. There are items that were on this agenda that never got vetted in committee, and they were never removed. The committee never met on some of these items. Many items that came before us, because I spoke to committee members, it wasn't there, but I said, you know what, let's hear it out here, let's get it done, and that's what we did. Every council member has the authority to bring anything to the agenda, and it should stay on the agenda, whether you vote it up or you vote it down.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
All right, thank you, Council President. I really didn't want to speak on this, and I'm not going to speak on this item. I voted publicly how I feel about this item, but it's government 101. When you elect a council president, when you elect a chair to the board, when you elect a speaker to the House, when you elect a president to the Senate, there comes powers with that position. It's not just council president so you can walk around and say, I'm council president. Our legal counsel said this. Prior to this council president, this happened when the council president before him, Flavio Rivera, when Ken Morris was council president. The power of the presidency gives you power to set the agenda. That's government 101. Not just on this council. The same thing, go to the school board. President Redmond controls the agenda on the school board. When you go to the chair of a committee, they control the agenda. That is the power of the presidency. And July 1st, when we elect the council president, we give them that power, right? You're absolutely right. Our legal counsel clearly stated Al Abdelaziz does not have the power to put anything on a regular meeting agenda. A council member does have the power to bring it to workshop. That does say in our code. But it says with the approval of the president. That is the process. July 1st, a new council president will come in. That is government 101. That happens. This item came in front of us already. It came up for a vote. Now the president, he doesn't want to put it on the agenda, it's on him. And if you're council president, Councilwoman Mims, and I come something on the agenda.
I don't want to be the president.
Listen, you did last year because you asked me for support.
I don't want to be it.
But anyway.
I don't want to be the president.
But anyway, when whoever the next council president is, similar thing. We have to go to them and ask, not just this council president, the prior council president, and that's the fact. That is government 101.
No, it's not.
Go down to Trenton and ask the Senate president controls the agenda. Go to the school district.
No,
we
it's
may
not.
need, Council, you know what, Councilman,
Councilman
I
Velez
think,
was first.
I think,
Well, he's-
I think
he's-
if the
let him
legal,
speak in.
if legal's wrong,
Let
we're
him
saying
finish.
legal's wrong, he's the lawyer.
He's
I
your
think,
friend. He's
Council-
your friend. Let's put that on record.
I guess when you expose some truths,
Friend.
they get a little.
It's not the truth.
A little,
Councilman,
yeah,
it's your
interrupted.
truth.
Council
I
President.
stay silent.
Council
When I expose facts
Councilman
like this,
That's not a
Abdulaziz,
fact.
one second.
That's not a
Councilman
fact.
Abdulaziz has the
so
floor.
legal's
Let him finish.
lying.
That's-
Councilman Abdulaziz has the
That's what
floor.
you
Let him
Thank you.
finish.
Thank you. Council President, well, I guess
That's what you
legal's
said.
lying. Past practice
That's what you
is,
said.
past practice is a lie. Madam Clerk just stated, I set the agenda with the approval of the Council President, but I guess she's lying also. So Council President, this is Government 101.
Thank
I don't
you.
really speak, but this is the power of the presidency. When we vote on the president, those selections have consequences, and that's what it's at. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Let's not speak over anyone. Let the person, whoever had the floor, let him finish his statement.
Council President.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
So, Council President,
Yes.
I've been listening to the argument back and forth. So saying that, once again, Council President, the same decorum they expect from us is the same decorum that we expect from the public. The discussion have been back and forth in this council chambers for the past, I could say, a month. The item have been brought up not only once, twice into this chambers, into discussion. We heard the ruling from Madam Clerk. We heard the ruling from the Corporation Council. And fortunately, we heard your ruling. What I will recommend, and this is not going to take us tonight nowhere, we have to have a deep discussion. Because when they say the public is acting, the public is acting, the public is acting, then it brings to my mind that when something fell in the federal level, in the state level, in the county level, now here we have this example of failing. So let's wait to the next election and put a referendum in the ballot if they want the council meeting to be, because they saying that the public wants it, right? They say that the public wants it. So we put it, the question on the ballot, and whatever the people say, that's what we do. If we saying that's government, that is government, that is government. Don't worry, I'll be back here.
Councilman Velez, please no back
Listen.
and forth. Thank you.
So Council President, saying that we have a lot of things in the agenda, this is what we're going to offer to the public viewers out there. I think we should reconsider it. That's why we should reconsider
Thank you.
putting this live on TV, because let me say this. So Council President, moving forward, we got agenda to move forward, so
Yes.
let's keep on doing the business of the city that we have an agenda.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, then we'll do the non-consent agenda, then we'll do the public portion. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
Thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson, sir?
point of order to the public too, please.
Yes. Councilman Jackson, please.
I'm going, Council President. I'm going.
Sir, please, no back and forth. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson?
Council President, take it easy, relax, sir. I didn't realize I was under the gun. I'm on the time frame. So, Through the chair, before I begin, Corporation Counsel, I sent the request for a written legal opinion. I don't see it.
Yes, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, Councilman Jackson, I did receive your request. Our opinion has been expressed consistently on this matter publicly as well as privately, and again at the beginning of this meeting when Councilwoman brought this issue up. But we will reduce it to writing and provide that to you by way of email.
So am I hearing you correctly that my request was going unanswered because your office felt as you had already answered it publicly and you was refusing the request to do it in writing?
No, you misunderstood my response.
So when should I expect to receive the opinion in writing?
We'll get it to you expeditiously, maybe even tonight if we can.
That would be great. I was expecting that to be at the first request. Considering that I have 4 items that have been removed at the luxury of the council president, and it's really common sense. Government is actually a democratic process. Nothing in government, which the asinine response from the councilman, nothing in government is controlled by one person. There's a process to it. And these are the people who are always touting, there's a process. There's a process. But the process is being mitigated. If I, which for this reason, have brought up a vote of no confidence against the council president because he has commandeered the the democratic process, he can single-handedly, unilaterally remove those items to negate a vote of no confidence against himself, which actually carries no real significant weight. And it's going to fail anyway, but it's just the point. Now, even if the item for publicizing or televising the public meetings, first of all, it's the level of transparency. What are we hiding from? Oh, it's a budgetary. If you take just one, either of their pay increases, just one, it would still be change left after we paid the individuals to televise the workshops. But the very people who are concerned about the financial ramifications just handed out pay increases as if it was cards at a spades event, and they never even thought about that. No performance evaluations, no review on conduct. You know, I brought it to Corporation Counsel's attention before. As of this week, I will bring it to the light. Personnel director, manipulating her own time cards. This is the type of activity, the lack of oversight we have from this council. This is what they don't want you to see. So this type of illegal activity, see, my fear is, the reason I'm not like really going extra hard is that ultimately we've seen the police department take over. Let's not discount, just less than a month and a half ago, I was here with the same request for the committee of the whole, an investigation of the police department activity. Now, our police department has been taken over by the state. The next level is they're just going to take over the entire municipality because the illegal activity going on in this city is absolutely ridiculous. Where's the chair of finance and chair of public safety? Where's the reports and the reviews of the spending at Hinchcliffe Stadium? $100 million. See, next week I'll have further information. See, in the city of Newark, when they do things responsibly for the public, all of these things are made public. The Board of Adjustment meetings are televised. The planning board meetings are televised, so that the public can see these things. But see, they understand that you aren't going to do anything. They could care less. Look at the facetious attitudes that they have. Basically, F you, I don't care what you say, and it's because let me tell you something, Black America, black people in Paterson, if you don't bring your ass to the polls, shame on you. And if you continue to support these people that you think are gonna support you, shame on you further. Because this right here shows, listen, first of all, I'm sensitive to anyone who has sustained any level of violence, anyone. That includes a pastor or an imam. But when you have an all-out press release where there's only one specific people involved in this press release, I didn't get a call about a press release. I didn't get a call about some actions that need to be taken more seriously. We have people being shot, stabbed, and killed every single day, and it comes through in a group text like it's not a big deal. Oh, a non-fatal shooting. Oh, got a fatal arrival. It's no big deal. No big deal. But yet, the entire administration, coinciding with some members of the council who was obviously contacted, felt it necessary to do a press release and talk about the added protections. What about my family, my loved ones, added protections? What about the family of Najee Seabrooks? Did the mayor find it necessary to take corporation counsel and some of his council cohorts over there to the family's house? No, the mayor demanded that his mother come to him to show up at City Hall. But we're talking about this process isn't racial. It isn't a racial divide. How about one of the most well-renowned doctors in the world that you could turn on any channel and watch, gave a contradictory analysis of the Jameek Lowry situation, and this city is working to suppress that information. These people who are sitting here, first of all, let's get this correct, Corporation Counsel, for the record, I'm going to state it again. It is unlawful for council president to remove an item from the agenda. In fact, for the record, let me read it once more. Let me read it once more. If you can, please cut your cackling out, young man. Reserve yourself. It's very clear. It's very clear. On the Friday preceding each regular meeting, that would have been this past Friday, the council, of each meeting of the council, the clerk shall prepare, with the approval of the council president. You know what that means? That means the numbers, that's the way in which items are presented, the council president has the discretion to put them in level of importance. I guess she can't contain herself tonight either. Please, just in case you don't recall, don't put your hands on me in case anything escalates again. So, such agenda shall, and in legal matters, shall is a legal term, such agenda shall include all matters proposed by any member of the council, not later than the preceding work session, meaning that if your item was on the workshop session prior to, the agenda shall include all items that was on that workshop agenda, unless the way the council functions is a body of the whole. The council never functions as a mind of one, regardless of whoever is the president. The president must move and get consensus from the body. So if he decides he wants to take an item off, in workshop, it is a question that's raised, and it says, this item, I move the table. If there's an agreement, the item's a table. He just doesn't get to unilaterally or arbitrarily take off an agenda item. I wanted to place that on record once again because when I move forward with further action, I want it to be duly noted.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Madam Clerk, let's take item number 43.
Is that?
Yes, item 43, please. Read into the record.
Yes. Item number 43 is a resolution authorizing a sister city agreement with Town of Ramallah, State of Palestine. It's a city council resolution sponsored by Councilman Al Abdulaziz. It's resolution 23 240.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Abdulaziz, second by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Roll call on item number 43, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Pass.
Councilman Jackson.
Pass.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Pass.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So, let me say this, and let me get this straight. Because the people in which I represent, the people here locally, because the suffering is so vast, and let me make this clear to any reporters that's in the building. This by no means does not represent that I'm in difference of any group of people, any individual. What I'm talking about is the agenda of council members to find it more important to indoctrinate a relationship with someone far, with a city someplace far off, and yet not have the decency, the concern about people from here. How is that even possible that we have an item that made it to the agenda? I don't recall having a full discussion about this in workshop. Did this make it to workshop? Was this on the workshop agenda? Or was it on the agenda? Okay, so we didn't have any discussion about this. No, and all it is see this, and look down the line. Because when I was rallying for the residents at Brook Slope to be supported, the same individuals who are now supporting this refused to support that. When we had a young lady who's been on the job for 21 years and her daughter came here to spill out her feelings on her mother's situation and her denial of a promotion opportunity, 2 Paterson police officers that came to the podium to lie, they would not support that young lady, calling the resolution stupid. Yet here we are, creating a relationship to support someplace else outside of the people in which we're here to represent. And just based on that, in protest, my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So let me be clear. Paterson is already sister cities to Turkey, Bangladesh, India, China, which has been voted on by many of these council members here. So to not do this one, it doesn't mean that we're giving out any resources. It just shows our solidarity with the community that has come here. They just got a street named and this council voted on it. So we can't be in a place of hypocrisy on one breath to say we don't support it, right? And then on the next, because when you pull these rezos and look, the same council members' names will show across the board that they supported. These, the Palestinians in our community, they've been to various meetings. They took a hard stand against the candidates, very hard. I commend them for that, and the effects that it would take on our youth and our community. But when they got Palestine Way, the street name, I will never forget, they came here and they were open-armed to all the council members. I was late, I was in the middle of a process, I got here late, and apologized to them because I was not able to vote in the affirmative of Palestine Way, not because I'm against it, because when you go back and know our Christian faith and you go back to Christianity, not to stand with the Christians is against your belief statement. So I have to stand in the fact that we've done this before. This is not saying this community is better than that community. They're our sisters and brothers. That's who they are to us. We communicate with them, we have relationships with them, and I stand in support. And it's not for me about politics, who I like, don't like. I don't take items off the agenda because I don't like the person. Something's here and I support it, I'm gonna support in the affirmative. With that stated, I support the Palestinian community. Diab is one of my really close friends and brothers. I get a lot of insight from him and wisdom. I'm hearing that I think it's the mayor of Ramalia is coming in June to California and possibly will stop through Paterson. So with that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Mr. President?
Is it my turn, Madam
Yes,
Clerk?
Councilor.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Next item,
The
item
vote-
44.
May I just announce the vote, please? So the votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Item number 44.
Item number 44 is a resolution designating the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Paterson. It's a city council resolution sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Udine, and Councilman Velez. Resolution 23-241.
So
So
move.
moved.
Second.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Udine, Mims, and Mendez. Roll call on item number 44.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 44 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution is designating the month of April as the Child Abuse Prevention Month. Let's protect our children. Let's stay on top of our community. Very often we say that our children are the future. Whatever we do now in the present, we got to make sure that our decision will impact the life of our children in our community. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
As a mother and a grandmother and someone who has been a part of the educational system and work in education every single day, to work in the building of schools, you will really understand the issues that are going on with our children in various capacities in our buildings. Child abuse prevention, I know is being designated as a month, but I really would like to see more things done to avoid our children going through these very trying and terrible situations that are happening in our classrooms every day. I've shared being on the school board with Commissioner Teague, who's in the audience. We were on the school board together, and we have seen, and I continue to see, things that are happening. So I'm not just supporting this because it's designated a month. We need to concern ourselves with this every single day. Our children definitely matter. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
So again, I'm honored to sponsor this resolution to designate the month of April as a Child Abuse Prevention Month. Just know this, over 300 children in Passaic County, and most of them, majority of them from Paterson, live in foster care. So I think to challenges that our kids are facing as of now, to address that, we need to come up with an idea that we can acknowledge and come up with the solutions of the problems that our kids are facing in every day, in our city and Passaic County as well. So with that being said, my vote is yes to this resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Since the creation of the Presidential Proclamation 1983, we receive an email from CASA, Passaic County CASA, and they requested that we draft or support a resolution on the month of April to be Child Abuse Prevention Month. When we get this request, we take it seriously. We'll send a message that we are supporting those that are in need, and that's why we are doing this. Not only for this month, I believe if we carry in our heart, should be all year round. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Item 45.
Yes, Mr. Item number 45 is a resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to accept a sub-grant award of the federal fiscal year 2022 of Emergency Management Performance Grant and Emergency Management Agency Assistance. It's a fire resolution 23-242.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 45, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
So, it's going to be a long night tonight, because my existence in this seat is in protest. I will be protesting almost everything that we move. It's just, you gotta listen to language. I just heard a council person say, we're here to support the people in need. Yet the people in our community is partly some of the people in greatest need, and we refuse to see the support for them. We give pay increases to high six-figure salary individuals while members of various departments are making $27,000, $30,000, treated indifferently. And we're anxious to jump out and support everybody else by way of resolution, never in action. We don't do any action in the city. But we support everything and everyone else. You have a community that's been here, that's been crying out for support, and this council has yet to do anything in support of. So here we have this resolution, right, that was being brought before us. And now I'm excited to see that the Attorney General is here, because maybe we can have some real investigation. So this grant that the fire department is requesting, the same department that the chief illegally had his father's vehicle worked on, that this council refused to step forward and do an investigation on that. The corruption and the blind eye that we turn to the day-to-day activities that happen in the city. The unfair measuring stick. God forbid if I was to have a family member of mine doing something, right away there would have been an investigation launched by this administration, but yet listen, I'm not going to address that right now with you. I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do with that. And I've stood firmly on the police department's lack of leadership for a 21-year-old officer that was involved. And I've stated it clearly. That's my cousin. I stand and I say it all the time. I say you've never heard me duck around any of that. I stand on truths and facts all the time. Every single time. And that's part of the reason why your family has never come for me in that way. The leadership in that department, I've said it over and over again. I've sat right here and stood firmly on the committee of the whole to investigate their hiring and promotional practices. There's no way you're going to hold an officer that's been on the job 6 days accountable to people that's been holding up corruption over 25 years. And that just goes to show, when a fire chief can have his father's vehicle worked on and move people around and do certain things in the department, and yet we don't investigate it. When they have work done at their home by contractors that's doing work at the city, and we don't say anything. This council sits quietly. I'm not going to sit here and support this kind of stuff, because yet this council has yet to take its rightful place. Again, I'll ask, where's the investigation? Where's the reports on the spending at Hinchcliffe Stadium, the lack of jobs that was never created, the $100 million? I'll have this very shortly. I'm waiting on the final numbers. In Newark, Shaq partnered with someone to build a building that has a little bit under 400 units, massive amount of retail space, an indoor gymnasium, an outdoor pool, penthouse suite that Shaq himself is going to live in for $190 million. We spent $120 on 60 units, a restaurant, 250 parking spaces that's already been shuffled off to somebody else, and then the jackals that's now charging our community to use the facility. But we're sitting here continuously supporting items like this. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On item 45, the City of Paterson, the Office of Emergency Management, has been aware a Homeland Security grant program for $10,000 to upgrade our program in the system, and that's the reason why I'm supporting this legislation. Is a grant that we're getting of $10,000. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
So when it comes to our agenda, right, and I mean, we can all night talk about what's not being done, and there's a laundry list of stuff that's not happening, and I stand toe-to-toe with the fact that it's not. But when something is on the agenda, we have to read that item and vote according to what's here. Our fire department, we all know, when they go out to deal with hazardous situations, chemical substances, and all those things in our community, they need the equipment to do their work. When they go to a house, say your house is on fire, you want the fire department to have what they need. That's what this item is for. It's to give the fire department the equipment to do their job. If your house is on fire, if something happens, there's a catastrophe, they have the money, and not out of the budget, they've applied for a grant to get that done. So I'm always gonna stand on the place of what's right. They need that equipment, because if my house is on fire, if your house is on fire, I want them to show up. Would you not want them to show up? So it's a $10,000 grant, is a small kick in the bucket to all the stuff that they need, but I always commend them, because when it comes to money and what's needed, they always look for grants and other opportunities, so they don't have to take a lot of that money out of the budget. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez?
You know, when this type of funding comes in and grants and approval for contracts that defends and protects emergency personnel, it drove me back when the pandemic was here. If we didn't have this office operating, a lot of seniors would not get food, a lot of people would not get water. So, you know, I could say a lot of things more, but, you know, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 4 yeses, 1 absent, three absences, 1 no. Item number 45 is adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's take item 46, 47, and 48, then we'll go to public portion.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 46 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Forensic Technology, Inc. for the purchase and installation of a ballistic imaging system for the Paterson Police Department. It's a Police Resolution 23-243.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims.
Discussion.
Discussion.
So,
Councilwoman.
Madam BA, I have asked for the last few weeks, the Attorney General they did a press conference on the steps of 111 Broadway, and we have yet to hear vision, direction, policy, procedure, and I'm asking, when are we gonna get some level of an update from the Attorney General's office as to what the process is, if something is happening, going on in our community? Over the last 4 or 5 days, there's been many shootings in our community. I've made requests, I've asked, and I'm being told that they can't give those responses. So I would like to know, who do we reach out to if we want to know what's happening in the community? Whether we need to call because a resident can't get a police officer for 4 hours because they're waiting with their car in an accident, or something's going on. As council members, we should know what's happening. So I would like you to, one more time, to put it on record, the Attorney General needs to come and meet with all council members. There needs to be something in writing and in person that they come to us to tell us what the duties are, roles. I know there's the person they want to put in place in May, but there is someone that's there now. So I would love to hear, and I think we all as council members want to hear, who's in charge, what's on first, who's on second, what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. We hear everything through the newspaper. They're getting training, it's in the newspaper. They brought this person on, this person has moved out of their position, everything's in the newspaper. And I think we should know, as the elected legislative body of this city, what's happening. So I'm putting it back on record, Madam BA, that you will put that request through.
Yes, Madam Clerk?
Council President.
Madam BA?
Thank you, Council President. I have, Councilwoman Mims, I have passed along that message. I do not have control over the Attorney General's office and their response, but I have made it clear that the council would like to be better informed of the situation with police. So at this point in time, I would encourage you maybe to call them directly, because it is also something that, again, we do not have control over how the Attorney General's office responds.
So, Madam BA, who did you speak to so I can write it down? Do you know what date you spoke to them?
Yes, as the day after, so on the day after the council meeting, I reached out to the Attorney General's state trooper who is here in town, Major Fife, who is here, and encouraged him to reach out to council members. And
And what was his response?
he said he would look into it. It is not something, and again, this is not,
So you made a request
Yes.
as the business administrator
correct.
to Major Fife, not certain council members. He needs to talk to everybody. There's no
Correct.
certain council members.
I relayed
It should be
the
a-
conversation that was at the council meeting the prior evening. I did that as of Wednesday morning.
So you say you did it that Wednesday morning, and
Correct.
that's the only, that was the only remark that was made. He never responded back.
No, correct.
Oh, so there was no response. Okay, so I'll take it from this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President.
Council, no back and forth, sir. Councilman Jackson?
So I would also like to place on record the fact that, well, one, Councilwoman Mims, we or the BA, no one within the municipality has the authority to make demands on the Attorney General's office. They are an authority above the city council. Obviously, they're here to do, what he has the purview to do. And he took over our department. They don't have to inform us, they don't have to do much, but as a courtesy, they should have. As a courtesy, they should have had a discussion with some of the stakeholders in this community. And as I said the day they arrived, when we look at the Attorney General covering his tail because he failed this community, the Attorney General guidelines were clear. It stated clearly that the department must create policies that made sure these departments were more reflective of the community, and they failed to do so. The police department, the Paterson Police Department failed to do so, and the Attorney General and his oversight of the department failed to do so. So when you talk about this being an extremely diverse community, it touted as the most diverse community in the country. Not one of those representatives that they showed up with the day when they made a mandate to take over was reflective of this community, not at all. So I'm not surprised. I don't expect him to answer, but the fact still remains. They failed this community in the oversight. Our brother probably would not have lost his life. And now, even in the aftermath of continued violence, we have to acknowledge that just in the last 4 days, there's been more violent encounters in the city, and nobody's saying anything about that. We don't get a report about that, about all the shootings and things of that nature that's taking place. We definitely heard about the imam, and I'm not taking away from the importance of any individual that's sustaining any type of violence. But when is it going to become equally as important when people from other communities, specifically the black community, is treated the same way? So I'm not surprised. Just as a courtesy, we should have gotten a phone call from various people from the state to say, here, these are the things that you should expect. We want to come in there and cohesively work together, but it's obviously being shown. And I don't know about any of you, but I feel the department is being ran exactly the same as it was prior to them taking over. So I'm not surprised at all. I mean, am I disappointed? Of course, because here we are thinking that we have something to look forward to. I sat right next to some people cheering their arrival. I didn't cheer. I knew there was nothing to cheer about. You got to show me how many touchdowns you're going to throw before you get a large check from me, Brother Joe Keys, right? But see, here we are playing more games with the communities, with the public's emotions, because they failed the community. When the robbery squad was exposed, and then you had Theonius McKnight gunned down in the yard, some skepticism behind that. They completely ignored Jameek Lowry. The barricades was put up in front of City Hall, and obviously the De Jesus family's been coming here for over a year. They were silent, never showed up. Then we had another young man that was murdered by the hands of a police officer. Again, poor leadership in the department. Yet just the other day, somebody was brandishing a knife, and they managed to survive the encounter. But the Attorney General's office still has been silent on this, not even to us. But listen, I'm not claiming I'm more important than anyone here. The public endowed me with this opportunity to represent you. I'm here as a voice of the public. when is the Attorney General going to release to the public how you all should be expecting their presence in this community to be handled? So it's just another, the rash level of disrespect to our community, and it's because it is a community primarily of black and brown people who have their leaders under a paycheck that's going to be quiet for them. I'm not going to sit here and stand for that. So whatever we're looking to support, I'm not in favor of it. We're going to trust the police department to handle. I thought the Attorney General's office should have some of this equipment. Why are we still spending money on it? And this last point I'll make very quickly. Although some of these items may be necessary, the manner in which the council, the only way the council is capable of holding the administration accountable is through our vote of consensus. So yes, if there's something that's on this agenda that might seem appealing, a $10,000 grant, if we continue to vote in the affirmative, we're not holding them accountable. The only way we can hold them accountable is through our vote of no. That's it. Until then, it's gonna be business as usual. They don't care. They don't look at their faces. They don't even care about the ramifications to the public. Their checks are there, so they're not even concerned. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 43 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
46, item 46, Madam Clerk.
46.
Yeah.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my vote on item 46, which is, it's not an item related with the AG, but I just want to make this comment. I think that we have to keep in mind that it's not normal that the AG walk into a city and take over a police department. When that happens, it's because they need to investigate things that are happening within that department. And I really hope that we're gonna see the result of that investigation soon. And that's my opinion. And we all know that leadership matter. And when you have the right leadership in place, that doesn't happen in the city. You don't see that happening in North. Raz, he got everything under control there, but not in Paterson. Because of the lack of leadership of this administration, you got the AG. They investigated the department, they're doing what they have to do, and definitely, hopefully very soon, we're gonna have the result of that. So with that being said, my vote is yes on item 46.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Mims?
Let me say it again. The AG's office took over the police department, Paterson's police department. They didn't ask, they came in and they took it over. But they're in our community. And we deserve to know what is going on. To say they could, no. We need to know what's going on. They're in our community. It is unacceptable to hear that something was mentioned, because let me go back. This is why I'm concerned. When I made the request that a letter be sent on behalf of the De Jesus family, I made the request. And Corporation Counsel said he sent the letter, right? Gave us a copy of it. We never got a response for like 6 months. Wait, 6 months. So then I asked, can we send something else? Because I called the AG's office. And I said, it was stated in our council meeting that a letter was sent to your office, and I'm calling to check why we have not even received a statement to say you received it and you're looking into it. I just think that's egregious that a municipality can send a letter to the Attorney General's office and for 6+ months, you get no response. Come on. So then I requested, let's send a second letter. So then they sent the second letter, and then on this side of the dais, a council member said, well, they spoke to the family. That's still not good enough. We sent the letter. And something should have been sent back to this body to say, we got the letter, we spoke to the family, we're in communicate, or anything. We still have not got any response. 2 letters. 2 letters. I saw your packet, sir. Thank you. 2 letters sent. So I'm always asking, because I want it on record, because everything that's being stated on record, I'm going to use what they're saying in their voice. And I'm going to give it right. I'm going to say Attorney General's office, it was stated that they asked Major Fife, and he never gave it to us as council members. Not just council members, they need to talk to the community. You swooped into our community. We already have issues when we talk about how the people that work in this community should look like the people they serve. So now we got new people in the community, and people have no clue what's going on. We have to do better. I am going to make a call. I'm telling you I'm making a call. And I'm going to use, and I'm going to say in our meeting on tonight, go to YouTube. You can watch it. This is where it is in this tape. Thank you for Corey and Sebastian. And if they don't find it there, I'll send the clip. It was on tonight. It said it was given, a directive was given to Major Fife. He wasn't there. But you know what I find? I saw Major Fife at the press conference. The TV's off.
Mr. Gonzalez, check the,
I'm not Councilman Mendez. No offense, he's my councilman, but I'm not.
Is Nancy here? Yeah, we're back.
Okay, I'm reclaiming my time.
Go ahead,
I'm
Councilman.
reclaiming my time. And so, we have to do better, because Paterson, you know, I know sometimes we sit and we see some stuff, and let me tell you something, I'm for all communities. Everybody know that. I represent everybody. But when something is not right, I'm going to address it. When things are not happening in certain communities over other communities, you're going to hear me always say something. And it doesn't matter who it is. I asked the question because there were shootings. I'm like, hey, what's going on? Because I know it's a shooting because I'm standing in the area with the yellow tape. So I'm asking, was there a shooting? Sometimes there's no response. Can we get an update? Question mark, what's going on? And we're sitting, waiting. Paterson, I'm telling you, let me say this. Attorney General, if you're watching, we need to hear from you. And if we don't hear from you, I am calling your office tomorrow. Major Fife, I am calling your name because the BA called your name. We need to hear from you because when there was an incident, recently you were at the press conference. I want to see you come and talk to this council, Major Fife. I don't know you don't have an issue, but I want you to talk to the council and then have a meeting or have a conversation with the community. And I will be calling the governor's office. We elected him. I'm calling Lieutenant Governor Oliver's office. We elected her. I'm going to talk to our Senator Poe, who's up for election. Our assembly people, I'm going to talk to all of them because we deserve an answer. There's no way we're sitting here and it's like, okay, we're good. Because you know what? They'll talk to selected people and that's not going to happen on my watch. No more, we got selective enforcement. We won't have selective council people. That's not going to happen. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. This item is for more equipment. You know, it's so hard because you be like, and I don't want to be like just voting no, because voting no doesn't help our community. But it just like, it really like pisses me off what's not happening for the community. It really pisses me off to know that what we deserve, we don't get. No press conference for our black and brown community. Brown meaning Hispanic. Our family members, people being shot, no press conference. No conversation, no visit to the family's house. Don't go to the funerals, none of that stuff. Nothing. And we can sit here and be like, making little comments and all. Come on. Come on, if your communities were treated that way, you would be doing the same thing. We gotta stop it. And I'm gonna say this before I vote, Madam Clerk. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
I'm gonna talk as long as I want. You know why? Because I'm not going to be a quick yes vote to give this city away. I'm going to expose what's going on, and if it take me talking 10 minutes or 12 minutes, I'm going to talk, because the community needs to know what's going on and what's happening on this side of the dais. This is something for the community. I'm not going to go into politics about it and vote no just to do politics. I don't do that. I'm going to vote yes because it's something we need, but I am going to tell the public, Paterson, let me tell you something. If we don't unify, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
So this is an equipment that cost about $192,000. Last workshop session, the deputy, that was deputy chief, yeah? Deputy chief from police department was here. We asked the question, where's the money coming from? As she stated that this grant money is not going to affect our budget anyway. Since we need this equipment for the department, with that being said, my vote is yes to this item.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So, as Councilman Udine stated, we spending $192,000 from a grant that was given from the federal government to buy this ATF machine to be used at our headquarters. We've been doing this type of work, but with a barrel machine from the ATF. Now we're gonna have our own machine, and they also finance with, they're gonna purchase with a grant that we received from them, talking about this. Now, let me bring a little bit facts about the situation with the AG, the public safety. Listen, I have the right to speak. It's my time to speak, and I say I'm gonna bring facts. So, saying that the AG never came here in the middle of the night and took over the police department. They had meetings with the leadership of the Paterson Police Department. They explained why they was here, and they did what they had to do. Second, we have a public safety committee meetings every other Monday in the city of Paterson, a regular public safety meeting. A public safety meeting, members are Marissa Davila is the chairperson, Alex, public safety. Just listen, it's going to be in the record. Public safety, Marissa Davila is the chairperson. I'm the vice chairperson of the public safety committee. Ruby Cotton is a member, and Councilwoman at Large Lisa Mims is the member. We have, this committee is composed of 4 people. So this meeting is to talk about regular agendas that we have and things that we had to put to bring into the floor. This meeting is conducted in the back room back here, and they advised us the days before that the Assistant Attorney General was going to be in that meeting, and also Mayor Pfizer. He came to the meeting as a guest. The first thing that we asked as committee is that they need to come and explain their work and what they're going to do with the entire council. And they say they will do so. They just came in. They putting things in order. They're going to give us the courtesy to come to the chambers in a public meeting setting to give us information. Whoever didn't read the newspaper, what's going on they doing here, they probably not reading right. But we all know what they doing here. Okay? That's one thing. Second, ladies and gentlemen, to say that we don't have a chat group with all the councilmen from the director of police, Jerry Speziali, since the state took over, the Attorney General took over, we are receiving information what's going on in the city. We cannot receive it with details. So that's the process. You want to make this show here, and it sounds good, but ladies and gentlemen, that's the process. I didn't interrupt nobody. I was listening to everybody's statement, so that's what I have to say. Take it to the bank if you want, but I had to say the truth. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, for item 46.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Councilman Mendez will take care for a couple of minutes.
Okay. Item number 47 is next.
Thank you. So we have 2 more items. There's 2 quick items. So we have the list for public portion. Make sure that everybody's on the list. If you came at the last minute, make sure you put your name on the list. After item 47 and item 48, sure, get your name on the list. After item 47 and 48, we're gonna go for public portion. Madam Clerk, let's go for item 47 now.
Yes, Mr. President. Item 47 is a resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the East Side Park Tennis Court renovations. It's bid number 23.11 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. It's a Public Works Resolution 23-244.
Move it.
Second. Discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So before I vote, so Paterson, I be trying not to go, I really do. So this item and the next item are for Eastside Park. This item is for the tennis court renovations. The next item is for road resurfacing. We have voted on this item so many times. And if you go to Eastside Park, the work is still not done. So you know what's sad? To keep voting yes, yes, because you know the public wanted yes, we want to get done. And it's another year, summer's around the corner, still doesn't get done, and that's what these next 2 items are for. So when I vote, you're gonna know why I'm voting the way I'm voting, because I'm tired of voting on stuff that does not happen. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Through the chair, Madam BA, is this the RFP? Is it being paid? How is it projected to be paid for?
Council President, thank you.
Madam BA.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Yes, for both of these items, there are numerous sources of funds. For the tennis courts, we have funding that was approved through the Council for the American Rescue Plan, as well as there was the Open Space Award for the tennis courts. Total of that is ballpark around $400,000. For the Eastside Park roadway improvements, this is purely from supplemental transitional aid from the state of New Jersey of about $1.5 million.
1.5 million. For the first portion, so do those 2 funding sources cover it in its entirety for the tennis courts?
Well, at this point in time, this is just a solicitation of bid, so we hope that it would cover it. Again, bidders are listening to us right now, so they know the funding that is available. And we hope that the project itself, those are our estimates, so it should cover that, and we hope that it would fall within those parameters.
What happened at the last solicitation?
We did not have a solicitation for either of these items. This is the first time that we are actually soliciting for these items.
We voted for the open space grant and it was denied.
Excuse me? Is there a question?
Excuse me?
I was just asking, was there a question? I didn't hear it.
If I had a question for you, I would have called your name. I wasn't talking to you.
Just a minute, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Jackson.
I wasn't talking to her, I was reading.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. So roll call on item 47, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 47 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
See, this is why it's important. I mean, it's not about just voting no. It's not about that. Your only authority as a council person is through your vote. You don't have the ability to tell people that work for the administration how to do their job. And this is just another example of that. Just for a point of clarity, facts are not brought. You don't bring facts. You state facts if you're actually stating facts. Because the fact that the Attorney General just didn't come like a thief of the night is an absolute lie. No one knew about it. We got a call that morning. He didn't consult with membership in the administration or anyone else. They showed up that morning. In fact, when they showed up and found the barricades in front of 111 Broadway, his first order was to have those barricades removed. They had police officers with white shirts taking the barricades out of the way.
That's a fact.
So that is a fact. I was there.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna bring something of value, bring something tangible, because you bringing more lives to the table and supporting issues like this, regardless of what they are. This administration, the brakes need to be put on. This is the absolute worst administration this city has seen in many, many years. We've seen a lot of worse. One is so hard, is becoming more difficult to outdo than the next. But I'm gonna stand firm as I continuously do, and continue bringing facts as I continuously do, and I'll keep pointing those things out just to rub it in their faces as we continue to just approve things that's not beneficial to the community. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
And so, let me just piggyback on another fact, Councilman Jackson. The reason why Major Fife went to the public safety meeting is because I openly said I don't think we should be meeting unless the AG's office is in the meeting. And because I put it on the record and made the request, that's when the request was made for him to show up. That's the fact. Because I got the call to say, oh, he's gonna show up. I said, well, do we have clear direction on what's going on? There was none. We do not meet every Monday. I read my emails, I read my texts. That is not true. We do not meet every Monday. Do our committee meet? Yes. Not every Monday. That is not true. But the reason why they went to the meeting, and you could go back on the tape, I have no reason to lie. I made the request, I openly talked about AG office taking over, that we should not be in meetings unless they are there or talk to the whole council, and that's when the guy showed up in that meeting. I was not present. I chose not to go because I want to hear the AG's office, or Major Fife, as we call it, talk to the whole council, not to 4 council members. We're a 9-member body, and you're a community of 100 and almost 60,000 people. So no, I was not in the meeting, and if there's a future meeting, I show up. I don't miss meetings. If I'm not present physically, I'm on the phone. I get called into the meetings. I don't miss committee meetings. I'm not like others. I'm gonna just say that. I go to the meetings. But that's why he showed up. Go back to the tape. Now that's a fact. That's why they were there. And yes, no one mentioned, that's why I tell people you gotta stay in your seat because you miss what's being said. No one said that nothing comes in the text. No one mentioned that. We didn't even talk about nothing like that. We didn't talk about, none of that was mentioned. We talked about the fact that there should be fair and equitable treatment across the city for all people that are impacted by all types of violence. That's what we talked. Now you see that wasn't addressed. Now that's a fact. That wasn't talked about. Look, read some of the social media pages when them shootings go on and watch who they post. They post some and don't post a whole bunch. Watch those social media pages. That's a fact. Eastside Park, open space grant, we didn't get it for whatever reasons in the past. It's here for the bid. The tennis court, the next is road surfacing. We have to have some recreational opportunities for our kids. We have to have these items to get done, and prayerfully before it comes to us again, because it's not the final vote, it got to come back when we get the bids. So I wanted to go forward to see who will bring the bids in. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
So we have the funds, now they're going to solicit for, to do these 2 projects coming forward. And after that, they have to come to the council to get approval, whoever wins those bids. Yes, it's true. Probably it's not facts, it's information. I don't have the experience, somebody knocking in the door of my house when the AG is looking for me. So I cannot talk about the AG in the middle of the night and getting people out to go to court and charge them with 7 charges. That's no problem with me. But saying that, we need to do this for the kids. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, just Madam BA, just a quick note. Before my vote, this funding, it was allocated a long time ago. As those that visit the Eastside Park, you see that the tennis court is totally dilapidated. Let's try to expedite this. That money's been sitting there, and definitely as soon as we get those bids, let's bring it back and let's try to open that tennis court for our children. My vote is yes. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no, 3 absences. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Last item before public portion will be item 48, Madam Clerk.
Item number 48 is a resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the East Side Park Road resurfacing. It's bid number 23.12 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works Resolution 23.245.
So move.
Second.
Who second?
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Mins and Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item 48.
Roll call on item number 48 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
From the beginning, I said we should be resurfacing our own roads. It's a very simple job. You see guys being paid $50, $60 an hour to rake asphalt while one guy drives around in a large vibrating roller. It's not a difficult thing. We're spending millions, 1-point-something million dollars to spend on things. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I too, not only do I think Eastside Park should be resurfaced, Governor Street near Bridge Street needs to be resurfaced, River Street, the entire River Street needs to be resurfaced. Every street in our community does. But we can't afford to do it because we continue to put money into these large-scale contractors' hands that could turn around and make campaign contributions. This is something that we should not be doing. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So I'm on this 9-day health kick. I've been walking. You've been following me. I've been trying to walk around this city, and the roads are ridiculous. If you're in Eastside Park and you've ever tried to walk or jog in Eastside Park, those roads are terrible. This item is to repave those roads, and we need those roads repaved. And we need them repaved all over the city, but this one is for Eastside Park. It needs to get done. The money is here. Let's go out to bid, find the people to get it done. It's just the right thing to do. And it's for our community, especially for our youth and all of our teams that play in the park and people that walk and our seniors. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
So it is very true that all the and so many of the streets in this city that in grave need of repavement. That's really important. That's very true. But at the same time, we have to consider the recreational opportunities and our parks. Is, for our community, we need to support this since it's not any way affecting our budget, which is the biggest concern to me. Because again, it's in my head, $18 million hole that we have. Is it going to affect our community? It is going to be, for definitely. But we, at the same time, we need recreational opportunities. We need parks. And again, we need to fix our streets. I mean, as Councilman Jackson said, if you drive on Chamberlain Ave, that was one of the beautiful streets before. It's covered first ward and second ward. You can drive. You will try to avoid this street right now if you drive. So we need to, again, address those streets and fix them. That's definitely in need. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to item number 48.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Information, repave or resurfacing cannot be done from the month of November all the way down to the month of April. The company that do offer do not do that on November up to April. They don't do this on winter. So now that the weather is breaking in, I could see they working out there with sidewalk, curves, and et cetera. So the street's going to be taken care of. Regarding this Eastside Park paving or resurface, we need it. The kids are there, they playing, they traffic every day through those roads. The tennis court is gonna be done. Yes, we have a recreational program in the summer with kids, a tennis recreation program, and they use that same field, just in case people asking who's played tennis. So saying that, this is a win-win. Hopefully the bids comes low and the money is enough to not get money from any other places. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attention, Third Ward residents and the entire city at large. We all use Eastside Park. Park Road, you cannot even walk or drive down there. It's totally destroyed. So I'm looking forward to see this fixed as soon as possible. Not next year, but this year. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Councilman Mendez. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no, 3 absences. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So since everybody's on the list for public portion, let's move to public portion. How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
31, Miss.
31 speakers. So we have 31 speakers. Let's start with the first speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The first speaker, Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Mr. Rucker, good evening.
Start off.
Mike is on round.
Oh, I don't really need it, but
Yeah.
that's good. Let me start off with, I'm watching some really slimy shit going on over there. Slimy. Slimy. How long do you think we've been fooled? We're not fooled. And Councilman Al from the 6th Ward, I noticed when your thing came up on the agenda that you proposed, your colleagues gave you the courtesy of voting with you on it. Why, when the community agenda is on the table, you find a way to come in here and shut it down? And listen, I got plenty of love for you, baby, but you can't fool me. How long are you going to continuously do this? Because it's starting to piss me off. I done went to your community, found out you lied to me. Found out you lied because your entire community don't know that you're leaving the way you're leaving. Don't know that you're coming here taking a vote to stop something the community wants. Council President, and not this Council President, don't worry about it. June is coming. And if anybody on that side of the aisle gets a vote from any of you, you got hell to pay. They cannot be in power again. They cannot be in power again. And when people are voting against your agenda and our agenda, vote against theirs. This is not kiddie land. We're tired of getting smoke blown up our behinds, and we sit here and watch. One item comes up. Everybody has a different version of the same truth. So I gotta sit here and listen to bullshit all night long, back and forth. It's enough. We don't come out here to entertain you guys. Are you to entertain us? You're council people. You're paid and bought for by the community that voted you in. And you're also paid and bought for by the rest of the community. You don't just vote for your ward. You vote on city issues. I am trying my best to stay as calm as possible. But excuse my language to the audience, but the shit in here is so thick and deep. My boots have gone. We asked you guys patiently, nicely, month after month after month. We want workshops publicized. We want to be able to view it. What the hell are you hiding that you are not televised workshops? There's something going on, and believe me, and all of you know me, I'm going to find out. Council President, I ask for a little more time.
Go on.
Well, it's not 3 minutes. We're going to make sure it's 3 minutes coming up. All right? We are not here for you to placate us, for y'all to sell us some bullshit and we say, okay, thank you, council. We're not here for that. We did not vote for any of you to do that. But that seems to be what you're doing. So I have a proposition for you. Do you want to keep your seats? Do you want to keep your damn seats? Because if you do not want to keep them, keep acting the way you've been acting. The game is not over yet. When July comes, if you vote for anybody from that corner, we're coming at you. We'll shut your meetings down on a consistent basis. You want to hear about power? Vote for one of them. Vote for somebody that's got 4 damn chairmanships on committees. Vote for somebody that's already disrespected you. Or play you for fools when they come up here and start talking about, oh, we have to go by Robert Rules of Order. Robert Rules are bullshit. How long are you guys going to continuously play with us before we come into your wards? We're coming. I left here last time, and I told you the story of the rabbit with the gun. And I don't think you understood it. You see, when the hunter goes out and starts shooting rabbit, the rabbit scatters. But when the rabbit get the gun, you know who scatters? The hunter. So y'all have had the gun, and you've been shooting us left and right. But the rabbit now has the gun, and we're now shooting as well. I'm going to respect the time of the rest of my fellow community people, and I'm going to leave this, but I'm going to leave it with this. You want to play? We got something for you.
Thank you, Mr. Roque. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. The next speaker, Mr. David Gilmore.
Good evening,
Good evening, Mr. Dave.
and I continue to bring them up because I believe that I want to stand in solidarity with the family for Felix de Jesus, because they come every week. They come every week.
It's on, Mr. Dave. Get close to the mic. You can pull the podium on. You're a big guy.
And they need to be heard.
Yes.
Not only do they need to be heard, they need to be seen. So I got a couple things. By importance, I believe, as well. I've always been an advocate for public safety. My job, my former job, my soon-to-be reinstated job is about public safety. Public safety is a priority. It is for me, but I don't know about everybody else. But that's why we wrote tickets, that's why we wrote citations, that's why we take people to court for public safety items, to sometimes save people from themselves, okay? So right now, in New York, they just had another fire on an e-bike, lithium batteries. They are dangerous. I just reposted it on my Facebook again from last month or the month before, that what have we done to mitigate fires from lithium battery e-bikes and other equipment using the wrong chargers and so forth and so on. We already had one fire on Main Street, you know, and others are coming, but what are we doing to mitigate it? Where are our elected officials and others standing in the stead for these particular situations? Where's public safety? You know, that's a public safety matter. I haven't heard anything, and we've brought it forward several times. Linking that to the reports, because we get no reports, we have to ask why. We still have not got the public, the State of the City address, which would link to the reports as to where we are, where we're going, and where we wish to be. No reports. We're coming up on year end again, the next month or two, for the council. And you have several people, one person that manages several different committees. Get those reports. Finance, community development, community improvement, public safety. We need reports. so that we can assess where we're at. I still have yet to receive and or know, well, you don't have to give it to me, but make it public, the 600 some odd people that died during COVID. Where did they live? I don't want to know who they are, but map it out so that we can see how many of the units we could have mitigated some of the overcrowded conditions that didn't allow for quarantine, that killed people. We don't have the information. What does it look like? What ward was the prominent ward regarding the lack of quarantine and didn't allow for quarantine? The other day, last week I think it was, somebody left on my car a listing of 35 properties that were no fees collected for connection for water and sewage fees, okay? Upwards of possibly $1 million or more. I see on here you're trying to put together something to change the way the fees are collected for these particular properties, single and multi and large units. But is this going to erase the fees and monies that are owed? Number 14. Are we going to now change this so that we can go back and not collect the money from those people that owe us all this money? You know, there's too many favors being done. It's selective enforcement. I keep talking about the selective enforcement. That's one of the main things that I want to address as I return to my position. It's my desire to continue to work for the people, not for special interests, not for special consideration, not for people that can put furniture on the sidewalk and everybody else can't do it, you know, illegal basements and attics and so forth. So we have to save people from themselves, breathing carbon monoxide, getting burned up in houses with no fire escapes and so forth. So that's what I wanted to say tonight in terms of these electric bicycle, scooters and bicycles and whatever other devices. Do we have to wait for somebody to die before we do anything about it? You've had the opportunity. I've come several times. It's a real issue. Somebody's going to die, and you have it on. You've been told. So are you going to continue to be derelict in this particular area, or is public safety going to be the issues that you want to get in front of as well? Just like that art factory, that hasn't. We haven't got the tickets or disposition on those tickets that would have been abated. I can't wait to get back.
Thank you, Dave. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. The next speaker is Ms. Karina Minaro.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Karina Minaro, East 25th Street. I'm letting you know right now, it's going to take a minute. I have to read it off in order to get all my thoughts out. All right? So on Tuesday, 3/28/2023, 3 commissioners walked into a live city council meeting with misinformation and concerns that should have been brought up directly with the Board of Adjustment. I wanted to be clear that I'm here to speak on behalf of myself, and I'll give you some insight as to how that board is absolutely run. Here's what happened on 3/30, 2 days after that meeting. It's on the record and available for anyone that wants to request a copy. The meeting was said, during that meeting, that live meeting, it was said that people were chosen and elected without the knowledge of other commissioners on the board. That was false. I wanted to believe that the Board of Adjustments had a better work dynamic than the City Council. However, it was proven that we are no better. The actions of said commissioners led to a news article that grouped us together as those were the sentiments of all of us, and that's not the case. I agree with Councilwoman Mims about watching one-sided social media posts, because if the research is done, and had it been done before those 3 commissioners showed up, then it would have been known that it has been brought up during several meetings okay, several meetings, that the city was looking for a new position for a full-time Board of Adjustment secretary, not to replace anyone that is in the current position, but a new position because of all the backlogs. We sit here and complain when things aren't getting done, and then complain when things do get done. So let's make up our minds. The job was posted early December 2022 on the Paterson website, and anyone and everyone was welcome to apply. The board is not in charge of hiring that person. It is a city position. We are only the board members of that council, of the Board of Adjustments, and we are only said to appoint the secretary, the court reporter, the lawyer, and the planner. Okay, that's it for that meeting. That's it. Each voting member, like any other voting member, has one vote. It takes one member and other members to either approve or deny an application. I am no one's yes man and will welcome any conversation with anyone who feels differently. No one on the city council, not any of the council members mentioned, not Abdelaziz, Davila, Khalik, or any other of the council for that matter, has ever approached me or tried to disrespect me by calling me to sway my vote. And I want to make sure that that's on the record. During the Board of Adjustments meeting, 3 commissioners showed little or no remorse for the insulting remarks made. And since they won't apologize, even after the clarification was made, I believe I deserve an apology from the appointing council members. You may want to take a look at the transcript from the Board of Adjustment meeting from 3:30, because contrary to what their concerns were, they all liked the new hired secretary that was hired for the city. They all expressed it on the record. So with that said, I'm looking for an apology, I'm looking for some clarification, and the next time a news article needs to be written, I believe that the proper facts should be stated.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Kathy Morgan.
Before I start my time, I'm going to read this. It was a post from our mayor. I visited Iman Said, I'm not going to say his last name because I don't want to mess it up, who was stabbed twice earlier today while leading his congregation in prayer, despite suffering some serious wounds. And I'm not making light of him being hurt. Don't get me wrong, because I am a Christian. My son is a Muslim. He is in stable condition. Please pray for him and his family. How many times did he go see the De Jesus family? How many times did he go see the Carter and Seabrook's family? But he had Lisa come down here to see to see him. This city has been crying out to him. He didn't come down here, and I see that we back to business as usual. Little boy, that's what I call him. Little boy got up and stormed out. He actually walked out this time. But he's never here for the public portion. He always get up and leave as soon as it's time for the public portion, or he slams his little toy gavel and holler, the meeting is over, and then a real man has to step up. I commend you, Alex, for stepping up. That I will do. Okay, and I see when I say back to business as usual, the air isn't on. We now have police back in the chamber. You know, all that was going on prior to the AG, y'all did one day of I don't know who's actually in charge of this, but one day of acting like somebody with some damn sense, and now you went back. So, this is what I really want to say. We couldn't even get the mayor to address the grieving community, yet now we see the writing on the wall. How many times, with his post, so that's where that came from. And Council President, in your absent little boy, Al, little boy, Lewis, little boy, as I saw, you do know how to conduct yourselves with respect and respect for the community and public before you. That is, as long as the community is not black and brown. You know, I've seen that, that only the black and brown community are the community that's not worthy of your respect. Yes, I did watch the Ramadan Fest that was outside. Wow, I was surprised. There was tables set up. You know, there was quality food, okay? no hot dogs, no White Castle, no pizza, no fried chicken. And you all conducted I don't know if I saw you, little boy, conducted yourselves really respectfully. I'm glad your mothers would be proud of you. If they saw how you act down here, then she would hang her head in shame. And I stand by my words when I say your time is nigh. I stand by that. I'm a woman of my word, and as my mother would say, you can stick a pin in it. Because every unregistered person in the city of Paterson, Kathy Lachelle, Kathy with a K, Kathy Lachelle Davis Morgan will make sure that person will be registered. If I have to get up at 5, because honey, they can tell you, Joan Wax and I used to do it. If I got to get up at 5 a.m. and, I have voter registrations. I got a whole carload of them. I used to get up and take people to the polls because I don't work on that day. That day is free for me. Anyone that needs a ride, I am not hard to find. Know that. I'm not finished though. Know that I'm not hard to find. And your job is to work for the people. What you want, but the people you work for are not a priority. We have asked, pretty much begged for these meetings to be publicized. The workshops, I'm not understanding. What are you hiding? What the hell are you hiding that you don't want it publicized? I'm not getting it. I'm really not getting it. Because we're here anyway. It's being televised because we're videoing it. So your secret, your dirty laundry is out. You might as well go ahead with your facts. I'm going to say this. You need to realize this is not a dictatorship. In the words of Ernie, the rabbit's got the gun. And guess what? I'm making a t-shirt. We're going to all buy one. And we're going to use that money to support our candidates. That's it. I'm getting them. They're being made as we speak. It's going to say the rabbit has the gun on the front. Take it to the polls on the back. And see, hold up. Oh, somebody get this. I need y'all to know this, right? I heard gunshots the other night in my living room. I panicked. I hit the floor. Me, along with my 9-year-old granddaughter and my 2-year-old granddaughter. I didn't see the mayor by my house. I didn't see any cameras, no press, no nothing. And I've had gunshots right in front of my house. I've had police come in front of my house collecting shells. Thank God my car never got hit. But this is what we run into all the time. And I don't have anything against that thing that this boy over here did. But what I do have a problem with, when you want to unite with communities, and this community is united. You want us to respect you when all the hell and the havoc is on that side of the table. Y'all better get your lives together. See, because my father always say that friends won't let you run in traffic. Y'all ass in traffic. Mack trucks are coming. And what's going to happen? Bulldozers. Cars with grates in the front of them. As my friend BB used to say, I'm gonna put a steel grate in the front of my car. Anything get in front of me, I'm taking it with me. We taking you with us. Trust me. And we dumping you in the dumps. And as far as Dave was saying about these vendors, you can't walk down the street. Why do we need so many food vendors? Italian ice sellers. All this crap down Main Street. We look like a third world country when you walk down Paterson. You can't walk down the streets without all this garbage all over. You got to, and they don't move. All in your face. Like, get out of my way. I'm gonna need for y'all to get your lives together.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah.
And I'm wrapping it up.
Please.
I'm wrapping it up. What I'm gonna say to you is this. All of this has to go. Some of you gonna stay, some of you gotta go. Lewis, I don't care if you put your head down like you know, because you know you heard me. I said it to you. Your lies have caught up with you. All your lies are catching up, sweetheart. That 5th Ward, you better revel in it, baby, because it's over.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker, Ms. Kay Jones.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Kamisha Rogers Jones, 4th Ward. I want to say to my community again, not so much directing it to the council, but to us as a community. I again come before you to implore you to do your due diligence. We have elections coming up. We have every ward seat is coming up. And we really need to look at the records. Let their actions speak for them. Okay, so, and there some of you, because I'm not speaking for everyone, but let's look at how they voted. Look at how they voted for your needs. Look at your communities, 1st Ward through the 6th. Are we thriving? What is your quality of life? What is that like for you? Are our streets clean? Look at the city. And 6 of our council people are coming up for re-election for these seats that don't belong to them. They belong to us. They belong to us. We get to decide who sits there to represent us. And I implore you, do your research. Let's not, but it's not for them. It's for the community. Do your research. Are you tired? And I will come here every week and ask you, are you tired? If you're tired, take it to the polls. Velez, I have to call you out because I want you to understand some of them expect you not to vote. And I'm going to give you an example. Councilman Velez said, I'm going to be in this seat. You said it, so I have to bring it up. Because I want to explain to you. They expect us not to vote. So some of us sit here with these egos, like, I'm going to be here. All right? I want you to know in 2020, all right, I have some numbers for you. 2020, Councilman Velez had 964 votes. He won 59% of the voters. Only 1,611 voters came to the polls. In that ward, you have 12,000, as of 2020, it may be more with the redistricts, you know. But as of 2020, there were 12,099 registered voters. Only 1,611 voted, and Councilman Velez won 59%. When I tell you we have the power is in our hands, in our votes, in our work. They expect us to get angry, to protest, and then walk away. But the question is, have you had enough? And I'm not here to say don't vote for Councilman Velez, but I had to give you an example because of the ego and the arrogance to think that you can just, I'm gonna be here. What has his record been for you? 5th Ward. What has he done for you? Nothing. Take it to the vote. Use your power. My mom used to say to us, the late Pastor Ruth Jean Thomas, would say to me and my sister, it's in your hands. Whatever you need, whatever you want, it's in your hands. I'm here to tell you, citizens, Paterson, New Jersey, it's time for change, and the change is with us. The power is in your hands. Take it to the polls. What have they done for you lately? Take it to the polls.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Joel Keys Jr.
Council President, I'm going to just excuse myself after the speaker to go to pray at the mosque. Thank you.
Yes, okay, Councilman. Let's see.
He's not giving me his time, Council President, but I did forget one thing that I needed to ask the council. You have appointments for a board in the city of Paterson that takes care of tenants, the rent and levying board. Some of you have not made your appointments, and we're kind of curious why.
Who are they?
That's a good topic, Mr. Roque. So we're gonna
Who are they?
we're gonna continue with the public portion. But if you could submit that information, because according with our information, every council member submit their name to the rent leveling board, and we're hoping to see that board functioning as soon as possible because it's really needed in the community.
Listen, I can't blame the administration on this because they did their due diligence. I know there's people in this council that have not made an appointment that's holding up this board from operating for the citizens of Paterson. So we need to know who the hell is not making that appointment. And if you don't want to make your appointment, give it to another council.
Give us that information. Before you leave, give us that information. Good evening. Go ahead, residents, Patersonian. Patersonian is Ramadan. I understand that the councilman need to go back and pray, so he will come back to the seat. So we're gonna continue. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute because we have. How many more speakers we have, Madam Clerk?
So we have 24.
So with that being said, just give me a minute, Paterson. Just give me a second. We have 24 speakers. Let's make sure that we respect the people that are here because they really want to speak. So now, if you want to,
Number 8 is not here.
okay. So sure, you could come on that number 8 because I know there's Ramadan and the councilman is going to pray. But so just introduce yourself and you got.
My name is Brother Victor Moore.
Good evening, brother.
I was born in the United States of America, but I was born in this little strange land, holy ground called P-Town. My grandmother looked like you. We had to sit up there. This city didn't have no problems, as you can see, what they built. The only thing they had to worry about oftentimes was move the snow. And the reason I say I want to talk to you, your spirit. See, I'm not going to go, you know me now? You recognize me now? Oh, sure you do. What the heck, brother? What is brother? Yeah. You, when I say you, I'm talking about a community. Mm-hmm. How in the world you can be controlled by the world and control the United States? How could you want you to look like a certain person? You don't respect most of us because of the color of our skin. I'm not saying you, my brother. I'm talking about you, the person that you're trying to be, the person you're trying to be near. We notice on both sides of the highway they're building and putting their language. How did you do this? How are you doing this? Bridges throughout America and New York are falling. How are your community building? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about who you want to be near. I'm talking about you, and most of y'all know they come in this position to do this. A lot of y'all didn't come to politics to get what you're going through, but you're here, and you're showing who you are. So, listen, I met this man the other day, and as someone sees it say he don't live here, no, I live here. Don't get it twisted, because we're watching the city that's being built in Atlanta, Georgia, Cop City. I guess Jerry didn't want to send their top cops there. We don't know until we're sitting in traffic, helicopters. Now, I'm sure most of you know that the individuals who are controlling, with all due respect, Governor, you never left, you're always here. Yeah. This third city in New Jersey. This ain't no joke. You pay taxes for other cities. What we are saying is you got to stop it. Everybody see you. Western region, northern, southern, eastern region. They're seeing this. Tennessee ain't stand up because stand up, they stand up because of what you see here. Man, we're not affused by the Caucasian lady who's standing with the brothers. We appreciate it. As I said, my grandma used to, first of all, I'm going to give you a name. Geneva Gaston. There was a little boy that got hit on Pearl Street. Yes. 5 years old. Yes. Lost his leg. He got his leg. The southern region brought him up what's the little things they call them? No. The things they eat in the water. And leeches. He still got his leg a little short in the other. See, what's going on here is got to stop. This brother I met the other day riding with Muhammad, I didn't even know him. I'm in suit and bow tie, passed by me, he said, come inside. Look at his eyes, America. He hurt. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Since that went on, since that's the beat, that's my beat. This brother is hurt. This family is hurt. If we need to go home and kiss your wives and baby, you know the bad thing Allah gonna deal with you? The same law I call, you must don't call. Your prayer ain't no important than mine. I can pray in my car going, I know. You have an opportunity to stop a lot of this going on. Now, I walk with a man who walked with a man that I know met God. There's no in the world he could have built what he built in front of you all. You ain't gonna give him that. Who? What wrong with who? No, sister. Look at the community. How could they build? How could you do this to America? How could the Irish, the French, the Polish, how could you do this? One community. And you have professional people can't speak. I know y'all can't speak. You don't catch $1 million, can't open their mouth. Because of the simple fact, if you say something, you sign the 30 million, 30-something million, you got 5, I hold up. Brother, to you and your family, man, we watch you, and we see you, man. I don't think the photograph is long with Najee. Everything must change. Nothing remains the same. That's right. The young becomes the old, and mystery's doing for it. This is a mystery. Where's his body? Where is he? You mean to tell me if you can find a cucumber, and you talk about top cops. You got the sheriff department, police department, state department, and now the agent coming in. What's going on here? Let me say something. I'm going to say something right now. Every one of y'all community, I'm not happy. Someone threw a name at me. I ain't going to say the name of a Jewish lady. Who is Mike Jackson? Yeah. Why did he come after you? I'm glad he touched bases with you, brother. This cat's a master with you. Get about this stuff on Mike. I'm glad you touched him. I pray. We on the TV holler, don't touch him, no touch him. Once again, I pray that, man, my name is Brother Victor Mom. What's your name? What's that? This is painful, man. You can't know what it is. You've never been in front of the cemetery? You've never took it. You never went and saw somebody going around? If you ain't never seen it, I guess you can't feel it. It is my prayer that the man worked out. But I've been in certain situations you look like you wouldn't accept me in my suit and bow tie, but I came with 20 brothers. Come on, man. You say that this is the biggest city with the largest Islamic people. You ask the Honorable Pasquale what did he say about us? About Minister Farrakhan and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said there was a time we feared you. Well, you should start again. Throughout America, throughout the world, they are speaking that which the Honorable Elijah Muhammad spoke yesterday. China, India, Africa, and chocolate community. Why they told Biden and his administration to go back? Sister Carmen was just, because she looked like us, walked in, but they wanted to put her back on the plane. See, this is what's going on now. It's got to stop, man. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking about you. What rhymes with you? We are no longer playing. You do not have control no more. Can't you see it? Its time is up. And for those of you, regardless of the flavor of your skin, regardless of the tongue or the religion within, white ain't sexy no more. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ms. Wahida Muhammad.
Ms. Wahida.
In God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, let me start by saying to you, Madam Clerk, to God be the glory. And we were so proud to witness your ceremony. But I'm going to also tell you, anytime that your daughter want to cook something for me, I'm ready.
Oh, yes.
Because that sister she can burn, okay?
Yes.
So thank you. But I'm here to say too, that there's still no justice. So you can't expect peace in this town. And for me, just the lack of you all not being able to say, whatever this community needs, we are here for you. And Councilman Uden, I'm just gonna say to you, because those were your words, that you were here for the community. And I'm thankful that you stood with Councilwoman Mims. But the rest of you just folded like a deck of cards. You couldn't bring yourself to do what was right for the community. It's not about you. And you can sit there and let this administration bull you into doing whatever it is they want you to do. And I don't care what you say that it's not the administration that's doing it. Hell yes, that's who it is. Because you are so afraid that whatever little change he's giving you is gonna stop. Or whatever little exposure he's giving you is gonna stop. But we are here to tell you, the exposure that God gives to you is the one that you should be careful about. Because he's on the scene today. And I know that you think that when you go back there in your little castle and you go in your little room and you make all these deals, that nobody's there to hear or listen. But I'm here to tell you, God's angels are taking notes. And it's not playing time anymore. Just keep living, as my mother used to say. If you don't believe it, keep living. Councilman Velez, I don't know what happened with that situation that you stopped this young lady from doing what she needed to do to help the citizens of Paterson. But I would pray that Health and Human Services Director did something to correct your mistake, because for you to stop that young lady from doing what she needed to do, to me was a travesty. And now you're sitting there like you don't know what I'm talking about. The young lady that was here from Elizabeth, that you stopped her from doing what she needed to do, shake your head all you want to, yes you did. The other thing I want to say, as far as Eastside Park goes, God's will, this summer we are trying to have our grandparents' day in the park. And I'm going to tell you, there are holes in that park that grandparents are going to fall through if you don't do something. And I'm telling you now, we've already warned you that that's going to happen. So don't say that you didn't know when one of us fall. And the last thing I will say is that I'm so thankful tonight that one of our pastors that came to the forefront and came on Facebook to let us know how he felt about what was happening, and that he stood with us and felt what we felt, is here tonight. And thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Reverend LeBron. Thank you for being here, because it proved to me that you felt what we felt. But just continue to do what you're doing. And also, Pastor Capers, with all the people that you have whatever way that you did, because I'm sure that some of them came not easily, but you continue to do what you do. And we thank you for being here, because we are not going to stop. This family, as the brother said, my heart aches for them, because I know that it's not easy. And God is going to do it. And as the song say, I don't know when, and I don't know how, but something is going to happen in this city. And I too am a little upset with the AG, because I thought, you know, I was one of those people, Councilman Jackson, that day, thanking them for coming. But now I'm thinking about what was it that they were coming to do, because I have no idea either. But I'm praying that something soon will come to fruition, so that we will know that we are being on somebody's mind. Because it's not easy when you look around and you think that nobody cares about what's happening in this town. And I'm so sick of the mayor doing his little calls, those robot calls. If I could block them from coming on my phone, I would do that. Because what are you doing other than getting up making a commercial about what you're doing? And that's nothing, because we can see. We can see that's not true. So just continue to do what you're doing, which is nothing. And sooner or later, it's gonna do what you're doing. And we're gonna make sure that that happens. Thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Wahida. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. James Paterson.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
Joe Keys, Paterson. The title tonight, I'm speaking to the people too, like the sister said. The title is, what's your position on justice? Is it indifference or is it love? We must get justice for Najee Seabrooks, and we must get justice for Felix DeJesus and both of their families. We must get justice for all the victims of police brutality at the hands of the Paterson Police Department. We can get justice for all the victims of police brutality and all the victims of every other form of injustice that the police department or this current administration deals out. On the other hand, we could fail to get justice for all those past victims and fail to get it for future victims too. It is all contingent on our ability or inability to organize and mobilize as a united force. That's what democracy means. Social justice activism requires a profound commitment, and unfortunately, every citizen is not built for this work. For those who are built for this work, social justice activism is a principle, and that's very important. Because at some point, there could be consequences for these actions. We all have principles that we live by, and the thing with principles is that we're willing to accept whatever consequences we have to endure to stand on our principles. Now, for those people that social justice activism is not a principle, if they were to get involved and have to suffer consequences for their social justice activism, they would not be willing or able to handle them. So that right there informs us that we do not need everybody to get involved, and that there are some people we should advise not to get involved. There are approximately 159,000 residents of Paterson. 3.1% of that number is 5,000 people. Do you think we have at least 5,000 residents of Paterson for which social justice activism is a principle? That number seems realistic. 5,000 people for which social justice activism is a principle is enough people to create a movement that will give us power. Social justice activist movements are like team sports in that there are different roles members have to play. Also, sometimes the team or movement members have disagreements, arguments, or even fights. In other words, they have conflicts. Sociological theorist George Simmel tells us there are positive benefits to conflict. And everybody in here knows what he's talking about because we've all experienced it, especially you guys. I reiterate that as humans, we are all imperfect. So there's no such thing as a perfect marriage, family, or team. There are marriages, families, and teams that may have the appearance that they are perfect, but the reality is what Simmel is talking about. Simmel explains that whether there'll be positive benefits or negative consequences from conflict is contingent on indifference versus love. Indifference means you don't care enough to create a conflict to solve the problem, so the problem remains unresolved. Love means you care enough to create a conflict, and the positive benefit is that the problem gets resolved. So I conclude with this question that should be answered with actions instead of words. What is your position regarding justice? Is it indifference or is it love? Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Sebastian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to speak to the public real quick. If you guys were, I'm fasting for Ramadan and I haven't eaten all day.
Give me 1 second.
I did speak to him.
I know you put your name on, just give me,
Yes.
I know you put your name on the list. So what we could do is we could
I was
give you
just
this.
I just asked Sebastian if you guys, if the public would permit me to jump ahead so that I could go home and cook my
So Madam Clerk, so she gonna take Sebastian's position.
Thank
You're
you
gonna
so
switch with Sebastian.
Thank you.
Sure. And then you coming after her, Sebastian.
Thank
Good
you so
evening.
much. I appreciate you guys. I am starving.
Yes.
I wanted to start, before I start my speech, I wanted to say, why do y'all think that it is that people don't come to city council meetings? It's because we lack faith in our city council board, and that needs to change. And the reason why we lack faith is because we see that the things that we request never are recognized or no change has been made. So I just want to just caution you guys just to think about why a lot of people don't come to city council meetings, nor why they feel the need to vote. Now I will begin my speech. I do not understand why we aren't angry about what happened to Najee Seabrooks. I'm extremely angry. When will our black lives no longer be viewed as a threat to those who are employed to serve and protect us? I'm extremely unsettled because what actions have you and the mayor have taken to rectify the situation? Another beautiful black man has lost his life because trigger-happy cops decided that they needed to go on lunch and was tired of a 4-hour standoff and wanted to be over it, so it resulted in the murder of Najee. His death was a huge disservice to our community. Najee was a shining beacon in Paterson, New Jersey. His presence and his commitment to making change in this community will not be in vain. Najee cared deeply about the children in Paterson. His efforts to reform Paterson made great strides. We will continue to do his work. Before his untimely demise, Najee had confided in me that he was considering leaving Paterson Healing Collective because he was being harassed consistently by Paterson police. He even informed his bosses of what was transpiring and seek their help in doing something. He said that if nothing was to be done, then he might consider leaving. Imagine the amount of harassment he had to have been receiving to leave a job that he was proactively making change in. But nobody knows the amount of mistreatment us black and brown people are subjected to by law enforcement but us. Anytime we come into contact with law enforcement, we fear for our lives. Not because we committed a crime, but because we know that the color of our skin is the only threat they see. We have no protection. Our black lives don't matter because you don't make it matter. If we followed the same course of action when it's a white person being murdered, for us, then our cities would be a much safer place. We are angry. We don't trust the police, and they have not given us any reason to trust them. So what is our next course of action? What changes will be made? What can you actually do? Because we are reaching into a storm. We're heading into a storm that shelter will not be able to protect you from. I will keep bringing this matter up to your attention because this fight has just begun. This isn't just a fight for Najee Seabrooks. This is a fight for the continuous injustice we face as black and brown people. If you don't stand for something, then you will fall for anything. If you can't stand up for justice, then pack up your briefcase and keep it pushing. We need soldiers, not cowards. I will leave you with this. Lastly, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And what's funny is this quote hangs up right before your heads if you turn around, but you guys don't abide by it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Hafiza Freeman, and I'm from the 1st Ward of Paterson, New Jersey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fisa. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Sebastian Mayer.
Good evening, Sebastian.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Paterson. Firstly, before I begin, I would like to remind everyone that 80% of communication is body language. Okay, firstly, I would like to tell the community, once again, Felix de Jesus is still missing. There is a $35,000 reward for any information to push this matter forward. Please reach out to Heldon PD at 973-790-4444. That's Heldon PD at 973-790-4444, or reach out to the family at 862-282-4171. Again, that's 862-282-4171. You know, we have been here at this microphone for 1 year calling for transparency and accountability. Okay? We got scoffed at. We got mocked. You know, but everybody laughed at Noah until it started to rain. Until it started to rain, then that's when they took him serious. You taking us real serious right now that the Attorney General is in the city. Okay? Because we've been calling for the same exact thing: transparency, accountability, and justice for Felix de Jesus and also for Najee Seabrooks. Okay? I think we've gotten far too comfortable, some of us, very comfortable in this house of cards. But let me make you aware, there is a very strong wind that's getting stronger day by day that will knock that house of cards down to the ground. Okay? Why are you so against the publicizing of our public meetings, workshop and regular meetings? Why are you so against it? Okay? Why? We love to speak on our elderly community. Okay? I don't see our elders in droves coming up here. Okay? It's not the most handicapped accessible building. So not only are you disrespecting our elders, you're disrespecting our disabled, and you're disrespecting our working class mothers and fathers. Okay, because when it's election season, we make sure to give gift baskets and everything to the elders. We make sure to tell them vote this way or they're going to take your benefits. We make sure to do all of that. But when it comes down to having some transparency in governance, crickets. Okay? And to the comment of the current Fifth Ward councilman to say that you would want to put it on a referendum during election, when it comes to election day, my response to that is no. Because we want the public to see how you act, vote, not just you, but everybody on this council on that side of the dais, leading up to next year's election. We want to see everything televised so that nothing is hidden. Because as it was said before, and it was said in the word, what's done in the light comes to the dark. I will wrap up shortly. Last week, it was brought to the council's attention to take into consideration the raising of certain fines throughout the city. I would like to touch on that briefly before I step away from the microphone. Okay? Don't you all know that many Patersonians are living below the poverty line? Okay? So why should the residents of this city have to foot the bill for the fiscal irresponsibility of this administration and this council? Why are you putting the fiscal responsibility on the people when you are in charge of the money coming in and out of the corporation of the city of Paterson? If you're raising the fines on street cleanings from $50 to $100, do you not realize that it takes almost a 10-hour shift? If you're working minimum wage in the city of Paterson, you're asking Patersonians to work a 10-hour shift after taxes to pay for a street cleaning ticket. No. That's fiscal irresponsibility. You're in charge of that. Do not put it on your taxpayers and on your voter base that you're going to beg and plead to support you next year. My name is Sebastian Mejia. Lord willing, I will be your next Fifth Ward councilman in the city of Paterson. Sebastián Mejia. Con la gracia de Dios, yo seré tu próximo concejal del Quinto Barrio aquí en la ciudad de Paterson. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mr. Corey Teague.
Corey Teague, Paterson. You know, I was sitting in the back of the room just listening to the comments and just watching the body language. Your body language says what you don't even want to say. And you know, I really want to say this. You have children. You have brothers, you have sisters. And even those that are watching,
If this happened to your family member, wouldn't you want answers as to what happened? Wouldn't you want to know from start to finish what took place, whether I wanted to hear the details or not? So I'm imploring this community, while the Attorney General is here, while his staff is here, I am imploring and encouraging the community, if anyone, and I mean this, if anyone has any information that could help us further with the Felix de Jesus case, please come to me. Please come to me. We can meet somewhere where nobody knows where we are, but we really want to get answers for this family. We really do. When I look at this family now, it went from the initial shock, it went to anger, it went to rage, it went to sadness. I'm just talking about the range of emotions. It went back to sad again, went back to rage, anger. Now the mood is literally disbelief. When you reach that point where you lose hope. The most dangerous people on earth are the people who have lost hope. People in Paterson are losing hope, ladies and gentlemen of the council. And once a people completely becomes hopeless, they become very dangerous because they feel at that moment that they have nothing to lose. I'm talking some real talk because people get tired at some point, at some time, the community will get tired of what's happening. And they'll end up being an explosion. And I ain't even talking about election day. I'm talking about people who just get sick and tired of being sick and tired. I don't know if you guys walk these streets, but if you walk down the streets of Paterson, you can feel the anger in the air, the tension. Somebody tried to fight another person just because they hopped in front of them to get on the bus. They were going to have a full-out brawl when there was already a line and the person cut in front. This is the kind of rage, it's almost like a spark, that if the right amount of gas hits it, there's just going to be an explosion. Malcolm X said it's a powder keg. Look up that word, powder keg. Paterson is a powder keg right now. And you mark my ominous words. If we don't get some answers to these families, if this mayor doesn't stand up and be a mayor and come to these families, he didn't visit any of those other families that day when he visited the imam in St. Joe's. He didn't take any pictures or talk about the other victims of the shootings. There were at least 8 other incidents or 8 gunshots or 3 other shootings within a 24-hour period in this city, and he didn't address that. There was no press conference about, or how are we going to make this area safe? I want y'all to really understand. Andre Say is not hiding. He's telling you who his community is. He's not hiding. The problem is you're not paying attention. So you can't say he's lying. You're not paying attention. He's showing you to your face who he is.
Thank you, Mr. T. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Mark Shaland.
Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't know what's happening in Paterson. But then if I said that, I would be lying to you. Because I do know what's happening in Paterson. Paterson is fulfilling the master plan of 1970. And in that plan, the communities that were in the 1st Ward and the 4th Ward are not to be existed. The black communities are not supposed to be existed in this town. That's what Paterson is doing. Paterson went from a nice township to a cityship. We went from council people that were making less than $10,000, $20,000 a year. Now they're making double. The mayor is making over $100,000. Everybody is making money in Paterson, but the children and the black communities are not benefiting. I watched how in Paterson it developed into this so-called city. Nobody benefited, but the people, I'm not pointing at everybody, but the people that sat there and took bribes back and forth. I fought hard for the Armory to once again to become a recreational center for the children here in Paterson. And what did you do? No, they didn't knock it down. They burnt it down. They burnt a building down that didn't have anything in it that was flammable.
Hold on. Just give me a minute, sir. Councilman, you can now leave. We have no quorum. Oh, you stay in the chamber? Okay, no problem. I'm sorry, sir. Continue.
And they burnt it down. And they burnt it down in order for that monstrosity to go up. There's no parking there now. Look at coming up the street, 16th Avenue, I think it is. You got multiple buildings, multiple buildings, multiple buildings, multiple buildings, multiple buildings. You got a supermarket with docks. You got all of that traffic. It's moving all in one place. Who's planning in this city? Oh, no, they're planning. But they're not planning for a city. They're planning to make money on the city. You use the people. You use the poor people. You use those people that are misfortunate to bring federal dollars into this city. You can cut that clock off because I deserve all the time in the world to stand up here. Okay?
I'm not stopping.
Oh, let me just say. Let me just say something. I said, and I came into when I speak about the Paterson Police Department and how untrustworthy I feel they are. They are. The Paterson Police Department arrested me 10 years ago. 10 years ago, they arrested me for going into the Paterson Municipal Court room to testify as a witness. And they held me in the police station, they held me in the county on a charge that said he had no legal right to be in the Paterson courtroom located at 111 Broadway. But yet it was a public building. Where was everybody when I got arrested? I'm not saying that all of you knew, but some of you did know. But you didn't care. But you didn't care because I was arguing for the people. I was arguing for the people, and you said let them stay there. Now you wonder, and I'm going to close up.
Please.
You wonder why I'm a little angry with Valdez? Valdez is head of DBD, the DBW, and the streets are filthy. The fifth ward is filthy. So how, as mayor, you going to serve the city? I sat in this chamber some years ago when you, Valdez, sat right here, and I sat right there, and I was speaking on Mayor Jeff about some things that were going on, some money that was being displaced and sent back. And then after the conversation, I had a conversation with you. You weren't even councilman yet. And I had a folder in my hand, okay? And that folder contained some information. It contained the information about the Armory. It contained information about the Fifth Ward, okay, and how to build it. And then you use that, I'm not saying you use, I should say, I'll take that back. I'm going to just say that when I went to the bathroom, that envelope, or that manila envelope, was gone. I don't know where it went, but I know as soon as that envelope left, everything in that manila envelope went to being attacked in this city. You tore everything apart. Not only did you tear the Armory down, you went and you started attacking Councilman, give me him. I'm sorry, Mom. my mind's going here a little bit. The Jamaican councilman, McCoy. You went and you attacked the McCoy. Because in that folder, I had a situation on how we were going to build that community with McCoy. Yeah. It all comes out. I can't say you took it, but I know one thing. Everything went down just like that. But one thing is for sure. This council should be responsible for the 1st and the 2nd ward. You stole the land back from the people who own the key pieces of property that set in the middle of the construction of some of these major projects that Florio is doing today. How did you do it? Because most of them were owned by senior citizens that you pushed up their housing taxes, and then you pushed up the taxes here, and then they had to make a decision. And then after they had made the decision, they had to give the land up. But you took the land a different way. How did you take it? Instead of the 3-year foreclosing law, you changed the law to 2 years. See, to benefit you. Listen, everything that is happening in this city, everybody is well aware of it. And let me just say this to you. I voted for every one of you on that seat. I even voted for you, Valdez. I even voted for Sayer. I voted for him because after I got arrested in 10 years, I gave up. I said, to hell with this city. And I stopped voting.
Thank you.
You know what? Wait a minute. Hold up 1 minute.
Please wrap it up.
I'm going to wrap it up.
Please.
I'm going to wrap it up. But from this day on, I am going to encourage everyone to get back to voting.
Thank you.
Because Valdez, you are out. I will say that. If I have to go to every door, okay, every door to let them know that you are not worthy of that position. Because you tried to destroy that young man's reputation in the newspaper. Do you remember? That's what we talked about right there. He tried to start a fire. We ain't seen that tape yet. But we still looking for that fire. Okay?
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We got all the speaker on the line. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker, Mr. Daniel Mejia.
Mr. Daniel Mejia.
I would like to go last if I can. Is it possible?
No, just give me a minute. Daniel, it will be important because there's people that have been waiting for the public portion, and I just want to make sure that everybody get a chance to opportunity. So if you could use it now, or we'll move it for the last one. Who's the next speaker? Let's call...
Victor Mohammed.
Oh, he spoke. Okay.
Miss
Next.
Eva Razak.
Miss, exactly, yes. We have some senior in the room. I want to make sure that they speak early. I know they want to go home.
Yes.
You got your name on the list? Sure. If your name is on the list, it will come. I just want to make sure. I just want to put you in the front of this lady. I know she got to go home. She got to cook. I guess she got to do all the things. Go ahead, Eva.
I ain't got no problem with you, Bobby. Then I go after him if that's what he wants. I don't got a problem.
No problem. He's on the list anyway. He will speak on the list. Or you have your rights living. Go ahead. If Eva wants to give you the time, no problem. Eva, you go next. You could stay there. No problem.
Thank you. My name is John Burton. My name on the list, John Burton.
Okay.
Good evening, John.
How you doing? I just want to know, are we able to do like a call and response? Like, can I ask you a question and you guys answer me or no?
No, but if it's a sensitive question, definitely you will have an answer before you leave because I know you're leaving.
Okay, I just wanted to know, do any of you guys have children that's growing up in the city of Paterson? That's like my question that I wanted to ask.
Yes, I got 3, born and raised in Paterson.
Anybody else want to answer? If you want to answer, just raise your hand. That's all I want to say. Just raise your hand. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if your child is active in sports.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Raise your hand if you yourself played a sport in the city of Paterson. Appreciate it. Raise your hand if you yourself was granted a scholarship on a sport you played in. That's 2. Raise your hand if you would want your child to receive a scholarship for the sport that they played. Appreciate it. I'm 26 years old. I've been living in Paterson all my life. I've been coaching youth football in the city of Paterson for about 9 years now. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, I started right after I graduated high school, John F. Kennedy. Raise your hand if any of you guys up there are familiar with the Silk City Cardinals.
Yes.
I support them every year.
Yeah, me too.
I appreciate it. I know that. But raise your hand again if you know the Silk City Cardinals. That's 4 people. There's 4 people right there. I know you said 5. I'm sorry. In the Silk City Cardinals organization that I've been coaching in, we've been practicing at Buckley Field since I've been playing there back in 2006. If you know about the field, I practice on glass, I practice on dirt, I practice on geese shit, and all of this. There was times where my mom, my aunts had to pull up their cars on the field just to give us lights.
That's right.
Okay? It took 12 years. It took 12 years for us to get $1.2 million to change the field. Just for us, the Silk City Cardinals, whose parent was the one to go to News 12, was the only reason why we really got the field fixed, is because a parent went to News 12 and complained that her son broke his ankle.
Mm-hmm.
And now my organization has to beg and plead for field opportunity, nowhere to practice. But now there are 10 soccer fields. There's 12 baseball fields in the city of Paterson. I asked you, who plays tennis?
High school, the high school.
What high school?
Both East Side and Kennedy.
Both East Side and Kennedy. And now you have to share that? What happened to the tennis court over there by West Side Paterson? Is it being fixed for Kennedy to go there? No, right? But we're talking about East Side Park. Buckley Park has no benches. We have no benches to have a football game for our kids. We have to cram. We have ages 6 to 14 years old. That's about 9 programs. About 9 programs, right? That we have there, and we have to cram them all at school 15. Eastside and Kennedy has to share school 15.
Mm-hmm.
But we got 1,000 soccer fields. Who's the councilman of by West Side Park? What happened to that soccer field that they did down there with the gate? Why don't they play soccer down there? Down there by by the new firehouse over there off of McBride. Pennington Park. Why doesn't soccer play their games there? I thought we fixed that up. Oh, he had to leave. I really wanted to speak to him. Oh, the mayor?
Mayor, the BA, they make those decisions.
Oh, you guys make those decisions. Why don't they play there? Why do they have to go to Buckley Field to play their games? We were in a petition. We have our own, what is it called, bro? Our own, that we got for the field that we got to go get from downtown. The permits. We have our own permits that practice there. One day we went to practice there. There was a whole softball league going on that nobody told us about. And I had to take my 13-year-old kids and cram them out a little water sprinkler to practice for our championship game that we had that same week. And it was an out-of-town event. They wasn't even from Paterson. And nobody told us that they were going to be there. And we can't have games there, but these people had hold on, y'all. We can't have games there, but these people had over 100 people out there on the field, blocking up the park, parking in the car wash, and the cops come through when we're out there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, telling us that we can't park there and stay there. This is a shame. I have put kids in great high schools and great colleges. I am only 26 years old. I have a 4-year-old son myself. I can be out here doing anything. And I don't get paid at all. I wake up every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work. I get off at 3 o'clock. I sometimes have to pick my son up and take him to practice with me. and he's practicing with me.
But they get overpaid to do what
And
they
I
do.
don't get paid, and I'm not asking to get paid, because when I see these kids' faces of smiles, when I see these kids get scholarships, I have a sophomore that goes to DePaul Catholic that has over 14 scholarships right now. Over 14 scholarships, and he was out there when he was 6, 7, and 8 practicing on dirt, grass, geese shit. And look where he's at now. But we still have to beg and plead for our own football and permit field? Why is the chains on there? Because when it was dirt, grass, and geese shit, there was no gates, there was nothing. You can literally park your car there and sleep there for hours, because I did it. I've slept at that field in my car after practice because I was too tired to go home. Because I had to stay out there extra hours for a parent to come pick up their child. And I sat there at 18, 19, 20, when I could have been doing anything else. I'm just asking, why isn't football a priority in this city? Why do I have to share with baseball? Why do I have to share with soccer when it should be designated fields for everything? Why is Kennedy and Eastside sharing one field for their high school games? Make it make sense. Why is Kennedy shacked up in a freaking trailer for a locker room? For a locker room, they're shacked up in something that we didn't even open up when we first opened the field. Am I lying? The trailer wasn't opened up. It was closed off. And then you guys shifted a summer camp in there. We're gonna be here every Tuesday. I have my kids coming. I have my parents coming, because I just watched this lady who can be my grandmother or my mother sit in front of you and cry. She just cried in front of you guys for change. But my generation is the revolutionaries. And we gonna be in here every week until we get changed. Thank
Brother, just give me a minute. Don't leave, because you deserve you deserve an answer from the administration now. And if you have to leave now, we understand. But they have to be in contact with you tomorrow, first time in the morning. But I want to hear what they need to say, because you deserve to have that feel for our children. One of the main problems that having in this city, look, we're fixing the stadium, and we have a team from outside that's gonna use the whole stadium most of the year.
And we were only getting what they said. They said we only get about 150 hours, I think, or something like that.
So
150 days for the youth of Paterson.
So let the administration respond, because in my goal, we want to make sure that you're going to be able to use that field with no problem. I mean, what you're doing is amazing for our children, and they have to be corrected now.
Dude, right now.
Madam BA.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. I just want to reiterate that when this administration came into office, we prioritize parks, and this mayor prioritized parks. So when you talk about Buckley Field being done and not having a field prior to that, it was glass and dirt. Now the parks are a priority for our youth, for everyone in this city. You were referencing Pennington Park. There was a hurricane. We're in the process of redoing those parks. So right now, there are more people sharing parks than there were before. So we have the Old Timers Park, which is going to be open up on the top, the upper field of Pennington, as well as lower field being open. There are numerous parks around the city. Westside Park, Totowa Oval is being utilized for football. You're mentioning Eastside and Kennedy. We're doing our best for us to prioritize parks as much as we have
let her get an answer. Let her get off.
$25 million of investments in our parks over the last 4 years. So I appreciate the fact that it's never going to be enough. We want to have more. We want to have more opportunities. And I look forward to the fact that maybe there'll be more opportunities for you to for you to get Buckley when some of the other fields are open again for the other sports. Until then,
I'm just saying, I think it should be
the same resources.
I think the Silk City Cardinals of Paterson, New Jersey should be a priority a priority for you guys.
And
That's
there are
what I'm
lots of
asking.
there are lots of other teams in Paterson that also think they should be the priority.
But who was the ones to cry out to you?
So you can
That's
talk
what I'm
to
trying to
recreation,
say.
you can talk to DPW.
I'm talking to you.
That's who you.
Brother.
That's who you reserve
So,
your
Coach,
permits
let me
with.
say
So-
this. What they don't know, Silk City is #2 in the nation.
Thank you.
And it's shameful that you even have to
You're saying
come
that's
in.
great, but it's
They-
kids.
But listen, they may not even know. And it's sad that
Councilwoman Mims, I would ask
you're
that
number
you not
2.
presume
I'm not
when I
talking
do
to
know
you.
or don't
But
know.
wait,
I'm
but
not
wait,
talking to
council,
you.
council.
I'm not
They
talking
know.
to
But
you.
council,
Council
I'm
members.
not talking to
but
you.
council, she don't
members.
have to answer
Coach,
because when
I'm
I
not
asked,
talking
Coach,
to her.
just give me a
Ask
minute.
about resources.
Give me a second, Coach. Just give me a second.
We have to share
Councilwoman,
resources.
Council
Madam
President,
BA,
hold one
not
second.
just
Council President,
council
let me say
members.
this.
I
made
I
a
will give you the floor in a minute, Councilwoman Mint. Just give me a second, Coach. Do me a favor. Share the number with Corporation Council. You will get a call tomorrow. We all know that team is well known in the community, #2 in the nation.
Absolutely.
You will get in contact tomorrow morning with the administration, and I know that you will come back next Tuesday. We want to hear from you. If they reach out to you, if the problem's been fixed, the goal is our children, so they are our goal. We want to make sure that the City Carnival get a feel to play. I'm going to allow Councilman Mims to respond, and I'm going to continue with the public portion,
Yes.
please.
So I will
Councilman
be
Mims.
quick because I was speaking to you, I'm not even sure what the disrespect on this side is about. Because I'm speaking to you because you know I've been a staunch supporter for years when
Paterson, please.
when the parents didn't have lights on the field, Coach Bourne, all of them, they will tell you, I made the call and got the lights because the parents had their car headlights allowing our kids to play on the field. Every year, when the kids are going to Florida, let me tell you something, I've been there, so I don't have to really talk about whatever. It's sad that you have to come because you've been asking privately, and this is the problem I have. When you've been asking privately, we need this help, and then you got to come out to the public at this time of night to beg for something, and it's for our children. We have to stop giving priority to people that don't live in our city and make sure our kids have recreational opportunities. Let me tell you, tonight, maybe something's gonna happen because now you're here. Maybe you'll get a press conference and they'll bring you in and do all that stuff. But let me tell you something. Silk and Nifty has been rocking for a long time, and you rightfully deserve your just due credit. For years, you should not have to pay kids from Paterson every summer, public. Every summer, kids from Paterson get to go play nationally in Florida every year. But the parents gotta pay for it. Helmets, and stacking their stuff on an old trailer so they can put it in there to clean it. It is absolutely, every year I cry for your teams because it's sad. I cry for every team, but the fact that your team is #2 in the, there's no other team that could say that in Paterson. You're #2 in the nation, and everybody knows it. Why is nothing being, they know it. They know it. That's why I get mad when they want to snap back at me. They know it, and they have not done anything. Nothing.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Councilman Jackson,
You got my support, and you already
both
know
council
what to
members,
do.
give me. I know our next speaker, she got some disability. Eva, let's allow Eva to speak, and after that,
ready to leave, Council
Council President.
Just a very quick moment.
Eva, just give us a minute. So
Listen,
Council President, I asked the floor first.
no, we got Councilman Jackson. That got you next, Councilman. Yes, Councilman Jackson.
first of all, let me recategorize that for you. And Councilwoman Mims is absolutely correct. But you ain't coming here begging. You coming here making demands on what you are entitled to. This ain't new. My father has been coaching in the city, putting his own money forward for 50 years. My brother and I played for teams that were sponsored by people who has since gone, but the concern for our community is the same. I myself, that's my ward. I'm elected to represent that ward. I'm jumping the fence myself because the facility is under lock and key. That same trailer you talking about, I sat here and begged these council members not to spend that $1.4 million on things. Go back to the video where it said beautifying the neighborhood. That was a ripoff. I could go through the line of the things that I didn't support. This contract now with this developer for $100+ million for the stadium, and then we give it away to somebody else as if our kids don't have enough field time now. But notice, it is the community that's impacted the most that they shuffling to the side and making excuses about. Because of the conditions of that specific community, football programs and basketball, those programs that's impacted most should be prioritized. And if you check the record, is some of us that's been very consistent and some of us that continue to give you a bunch of bullshit when you come to the microphone. So I don't expect it to change, but until we make these demands collectively, so make sure, come over here, brother. I'm gonna give you my personal number, and whatever we have to do, if I have to come over there with the bolt cutters myself, we'll cut the fence, and we'll make sure that you guys get the permit that you're supposed to have. That field belongs to the public. It doesn't belong to a bunch of employees who don't even live here. They don't live here. You gotta call them in their hometown to ask them for permission of whether or not you can utilize the fields.
Coach, just give me one. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Coach, I don't know if the problem was during the pandemic or it came after the pandemic, but I just know that the Dr. Gleason Field, known as Bowley Field, the schedule and to use that field is managed by the Board of Education. If you call the Board of Education superintendent, they could lead you to facilities. I know they will schedule if you need it, okay? That's the Board of Education. They manage the schedule in that part.
Go ahead, Coach.
I'm not asking for us to get like a permit or to be like, oh yeah, y'all can. I'm saying we should have a field that when football season comes, they know
Correct.
that the Silk City Cardinals are using this field, that the Wildcats are using this field. We shouldn't be having
I understand that, but everything, see, the Department of Recreation and the City of Paterson had to do schedules for all those fields. What I recommend you, what I recommend you is for you to lose a season and you could use those fields when you need them. You sit down with the Board of Education and facilities and tell them I need it from this month to this month, right? So, and they probably, and the problem I have with the Board of Ed, they be charging fee to use that, but I have a problem with that. The other thing is, and if I had to go and talk to facility for you, I live next to the ball field, football field, right there. Everybody knows where I live. So the other part is that Department of Recreation, DPW managed the field in Chamberlain. So that field is being used by, as we speak to, with Kennedy High School. That's why you see those kids in the training as a locker and that trailer as a locker room, because they use that field for Kennedy High School. So if you want to give me the opportunity to speak to the director and canalize those permits for you, I could do so, because we're here for solution. We're not here just to point fingers. We're here for solutions. So I could give you my card.
Thank you,
and
Councilman.
we could talk about that.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you. So you say that you submit your permit.
We do it every year. I'm just saying we've been doing this.
So you submit the permit, and even submitting the permit, you don't have the opportunity to use the field.
And we gotta wait.
No, there's a problem there. So I appreciate you coming, Coach. You know what? I know you gave the number to Corporation Council. We're gonna stay in touch, okay? Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Ms. Eva Razak.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Eva.
Eva Razak from the 3rd Ward. I haven't been here for a little while, but I've been watching on television what's been going on. And for those who really know me, I am here because I feel our pain in our city, and this is something that I got in my head, and I just started writing it down, and I want my people are here to listen, because this is for us. Here's what I got in my head, where I get cold. The enemy wants to keep us in a cycle of not knowing what to do. So right now, we are going to pray a prayer that gives us strength from heaven. This is from me to us. Hi, God, it's me again. We need to know what to do. We need your wisdom. It's a good thing your word says, Lord, any man who lacks wisdom, you give it to them liberally. In abundance, in the exceeding, in the overflow. You don't give us a hint. You don't give us a shadow. You don't give us an idea. You give us liberal wisdom straight from heaven. You are the Alpha, the Omega. You are the beginning. You are the end. You are the first and you are the last. You saw the end of this thing, of this problem that's happening in our city before the problem started. God, we ask you right now in the name of Jesus to give us and show us the answers, directions, give us the coaching, the corrections that we are looking for so that we can walk out our plans, your purpose plans, so we can live better. Now listen to this, guys. You see that everybody comes here and we're fighting and we're arguing and they feel that we're doing this? Check this out. This is how we're going to do this. Oh, I wish I knew this when I was young. The biggest mistakes come from talking too much, right? Because they say we talk too much, right? Okay, check it out. Listen to this. When you build in silence, people don't know who or what to attack. Never assume that loud is strong. Never assume that loud is strong and silence is weak. It is the lion's silence that signals danger, not his roar. So be more silent. Only speak when it's time to say, checkmate. Do you understand? And when it's time to say checkmate, because let me tell you something. And this is not a lie, and I'm probably going to go to hell for saying this, but if it's my time, I go with it. I saw a student of mine last week here, my student, Miss Jalen, for tickets, which is true. You get tickets in Paterson even for being cute because they don't like you. I have something to say. I know my minutes are up, but I have something to say. Us Patersonians now, if we don't stick it to them the right way, we're never going to get it. We've been giving you our votes. Mayor, where the hell are you, Mayor? I said it before, and I know I get in trouble by saying, where are your balls? We don't need hot dogs. Our kids, and I got to say something because I'm going to get in trouble. I remember from heaven, Mayor G. Marty Barnes, he used to always say, our kids are first. Yes. These kids need the attention that we need because they are our future. Yes. I bump into half of my students and they love Miss Evie. They wonder, where's Miss Evie? But I got something to say. You see that AG jumped into the police department? Go into the Paterson Public Schools. Go into the workman's comp direction. Because the hell that they give us when we get hurt. Do you think I should be walking with this cane? I got hurt in 2016. The principal felt, and Jalen, you know me, you know Miss Evie. The principal felt that I wasn't hurt enough. They sent me 3 days later to the medic center. To this day, I've worked hard in this city and not laying on my back. And I help anybody who needs it because I'm not colorblind. We all are equal. Hello. When 9/11 happened, people started coming together, right? So what the hell is happening in our town? Yes. Why isn't the mayor doing what he needs to do? And I don't mean to be funny because I was one of the dumb bitches that gave him my vote too. Yeah, I'm saying it. And he was around scared. And I told him, yo, Mayor, I had a dream. Because those people who know me, I am a psychic medium, whatever you want to call me, a prophet. God talks to me. And he doesn't lie. God doesn't lie. And I have something to say to you guys. Half of you guys that are sitting here, you know where your heart is. The rest, suck a lemon, because I wanted to say something else, but I'm on TV.
Thank you, Eva.
No, wait, Papi, before you kick
Please
me out.
wrap it up. We
wait.
got other speaker on the line.
Yeah,
I understand that.
Papi, we've been waiting. We've been
I know,
waiting.
I
we're
know,
waiting.
I know.
So give it to me.
I
Hold
know.
on. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in God. I believe in angels. I believe in spirits. And when God speaks, we listen, right? I did a little spread before I came up, and the first one that we got was action. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it says, baby steps are still steps, and they're better than standing still. And look, a stairway, that means we gotta kick ass. That means that you guys are going to listen. The mayor, either he likes it or get the hell out. And not only him, because there's other people that are sitting here that they're not here, that if they would have been here today, it would have been a wrap. The next one, and I'll be fast, possibilities. Focus your attention on what could go right when you learn to imagine the best case scenario. You get to enjoy an experience twice. And the last one, check it out, Mayor. It says you're the boss. Not you, us Patersonians. It's time to stop. It's time, yes, and I know I'm going to say something. I know my words are very out of order. Evie's fresh, or they don't want me around, but you know what I am? I am truth, and I keep it in truth. And once again, AG, please jump into the Paterson Public Schools, especially in the work department, in the one where it's called risk management, because they send us to these rinky-dinky doctors that they rob us our money. And look, they forced me to retire. Miss Evie's loved in the Paterson Public Schools with the kids. Your kids, my kids. And they got me out. So what are we doing in this town? What are we doing? Those who, Mr. Kurt, Mr. Bobby, I had told you before, you see that you come out and speak, be careful, because I have fools call me before and say, you need to shut up. No, you need to shut up. That's why I don't have a husband, because I'm knocking in their butt real quick. Oh, no.
Thank you, Eva.
So wait, I'm going to leave you with this.
Yeah.
Mr. Mendez, I just heard that you said, I'll leave real fast. You can throw me out because I've been thrown out of better places. Woo! Mama, you know it. Bobby?
Yes.
I love you, Mr. Stibbs. Bobby, I just heard that you guys said that you guys are doing the East Side Park, right?
Yes.
Check it out. Don't you do that East Side Park if you guys don't do that damn band in front of where we live. Bobby, don't play with me. Because those people, we're having issues in that block.
We already approved the speed bump, but the speed hump, I'm working on that. I was visiting you last week. I was
Bobby,
knocking on
you
your
gotta
door.
come to the backyard. I'd be chilling. Guys, you know where I'd be chilling? Because I'd be
Okay.
sick in the backyard with the stray cats.
Next time I knock on your door through the back. No problem. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Guys, Miss Mims, I love you. And I know I'm not gonna say this. I know, it gets me in trouble, but you know what? When you've been so kind and so attentive, and also they give you this without Vaseline, who it hurts? Who it hurts? Us, right? So it's time for the mayor to get it right back.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. G. Greer.
I'm sorry, what's this?
G. Greer.
G. Is that brother G, Mr. Greer? He's not here. And next speaker.
Jaylin.
And congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I can take your name out of my little angel altar, because I know they're going to do things to you. This is your position. God is a liar, people. The devil's a liar, not God. Take that to the bank and get change.
Hey, it's me again.
Good evening.
I don't want y'all to forget me, so I'm gonna keep coming back over and over again. Every week I'll be back. I'll be back to remind you guys and to hold you guys to your word. Remind you again that I'm not asking for handouts. I'm a hardworking citizen that would like residential permit parking for downtown residents. We deserve that. I'm fighting for the elderly that sit in their car and wait for the meter maid to pass, then to go back upstairs because they don't have no quarters or money to give to the meter. I'm fighting for the second and third shift workers as well as the online work from home workers. This is your test because like Mr. Rooker said, the rabbit has the gun. Elections are coming up and your actions are telling and showing who you are. Your actions are showing the lack of soul the shell you call a body is harvesting. I've been getting mixed energy readings. I have a couple of you that show me warmth and humanity, and these are the ones that has been showing it. But it's been a lot of cold coming from you all, coming from most of you. Like I mentioned last week, I had a conversation with a council member, told me I should get a job to avoid the tickets. I combat that with a small part of my resume, even though I didn't have to. Although I accepted the apology from the council member, it gave me a chill that I can't shake. Because instead of thinking of ways to relieve the citizens, you immediately make me feel like asking for the appropriate help was a bad idea or weak. And that I should slave away at a job that doesn't utilize me to my full potential. All I'm asking for is a little relief so I can take a breath and figure out my life purpose. Me and nobody else should be subjected to paying for the mishandling of the city's money. Also, last meeting I had a council member spew out irrelevant information and try to discredit my argument. This is after he said he was going to help me with everything. It seems like you only got involved to get enough information to spew misinformation and shoot my petition down. But it's cool because God got me, Velez. And no weapons formed against me shall prosper. I'm leaving here with something. You all on the council need to figure out if you're for humanity or for the dollar. Will you let the dollar demon control your moral compass, or will you hold tight to your soul and morals? Will you stick to your word and help the people who appointed you? Or are you going to let the greed of your privilege consume you? So far, you guys have been showing us that you're upholding the idea of the government feeding off its people. It's crazy. I've been coming here for a month, and I have came to the conclusion that it's enough money to go around if people stop being greedy and dipping their hands in the pot. The little bit of money you guys will sacrifice for giving downtown residents permit parking isn't much to what you guys are already stealing. So, yeah, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Just so you know, the council president removed the
Go
item.
ahead, Councilman Jackson.
Just so you know, council president removed the item that I put on the agenda for the downside. No, he took it off the agenda. It's not on the agenda anymore. That was one of 4 items that he took off. Well, one of 5 because he took off the televised meetings as well.
Sure. Give me just a minute. I know we are in public portion, Corporation Council, but I saw to the young lady. Excuse me. I saw the item on the agenda. I went over, and I was excited because we do need it. I know you're going through a lot, and that parking, and it's have done in the city before. So let me give the Corporation Council the floor to the way he could bring some clarity to this. Corporation Council.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I think it's important because I don't want the resident to leave without hearing this. Councilman Jackson requested that we put together an ordinance regarding resident parking in the first ward. We did do that. It's far along advanced. We respectfully requested that it not proceed tonight, just because we thought from the law department there were some legalities that needed to be worked out, things like time, things like location, other things that had to be considered. So we respectfully requested that the item go to Public Works Committee and then be brought back. I mean, the good news is that that can happen very quickly, but we thought it would benefit from going through committee and having some of these details ironed out before it went to a full vote. So I want to put that on the law department that we requested that item not proceed tonight because of those legal issues.
So as you hear, it was from the law department. Now, next Tuesday, we have workshop. The item is going to be on the agenda, so we're going to have a whole extensive discussion, and at the following meeting, we're going to be ready for approval. So I saw the item, and we really want to help you and all the residents that live in the downtown area, because I know that you guys going through a lot. So
yeah, just to address that, thanks for taking it off. That don't make sense. It's just a lot of BS, a lot of runaround. It don't make sense. If the meter maids could walk past a car with a shield and not give it a ticket, but then walk to my car and give it a ticket, I don't understand what's so hard about placing a sticker on the windshield and they know about it. We don't need everybody in the whole people to know that it's residential parking. Only the residents and the meter maids that give the tickets out needs to know. You guys making this big we got to figure out the legalities. What legality? The only thing that's being illegal is the fact that you guys are raping our pockets. That's it.
And listen, we understand and we hear very clear, and also we understand your frustration because I saw the amount of ticket that you have in your hand at the last meeting. But if it's in terms of any illegality that have to be fixed, that's going to be quick. And next time, I know you're going to be here next Tuesday, so we're going to have the item on the agenda.
Yeah, I'm coming every Tuesday. I don't care how many times y'all take it off and not vote. I'll be here every Tuesday.
It'll be on the agenda for next week for sure. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Giovanna de Jesus.
They're outside. Give us a minute.
My name is Giovanni de Jesus.
Good evening, brother.
Hey, I hate coming here because all the time I come here, I leave out of here with no answers. Right? First time I got here, Mr. Bridge Council, you brought me in that room. You promised me that you was gonna find closure on my brother's case. To this day, I still can't see my brother. To this day, I cannot sleep at night thinking about my brother. The other day, it was my nephew's birthday. He graduated. You know what he told me? Where's my dad, Theo? Theo, what happened to my dad? What answer did I give my nephew? I don't know. It's stressful. It's annoying. You know? And this piece of shit mayor haven't done shit. I got a case going on right now with the same rookie piece of shit cop that took my brother. He tried to take me. And I did get arrested. I did got charges. And I still got charges going on it. On February 2nd, 2022, on a cold blue weather, my brother was detained. He got arrested by 2 Paterson police officers on a cold blue weather. A dog, you let a dog outside on a cold blue weather, trust me, believe me, you'll do 10 years in prison. You'll get locked up. Animal cruelty. Why these 2 cops are still patrolling the area where I live at? Why these cops are still around out here patrolling Paterson after they disappeared my brother? Why? It doesn't make sense. If one of us disappear a person, we'll be in prison, we'll be in jail. But what they did to these cops, 3 months without pay? Yeah, but what they did to us, a year and some change, with pain, suffering. You know? I got a family. We all got family. We all got kids. You know, my mom is bleeding. My mom is bleeding. I hope nobody's mom goes through what my mom is going through. I hope nobody's family goes through what my family's going through because of these cops in Paterson. They're not getting trained right. And there's somebody higher than these cops. Why that person didn't get charged? Who sent them? Pregnant on Front Street? One thing I'm gonna let y'all know, my brother don't even know how to read and spell or nothing, especially drunk. He's not gonna tell you take me to Pregnant on Front Street. He would have told you take me to Beach Street or Summer Street, where he's originally from. But no, they decided to dump him on cold blue weather, and to this day, we don't have our brother. To this day, we got $35,000 of reward. And somebody, please, somebody in West Side Park, in the West Side, know anything about my brother. Just give us his body back, man. Just give us his body back. Because right now, he ain't no fucking hospital. They hurted my brother. Where is my brother? Just give me his body back. Like that we could put him in peace. Like that I could tell my nephew and my niece, yo, this is what happened. No, but to this day, I can tell him shit. I can tell him nothing. And it's stressful. Hopefully, this mayor, the same way he could bring his thing out for people throwing rocks in him and see him in Union Ave. Now, Thank God the person that got stabbed, he's okay, but he brought the podium out. You know? For that, he brings the podium out. Why this fucking coward haven't bring the podium to Westside Park to talk about my brother's case, that my brother went missing? Why he haven't done that? He did bring out the podium to the Westside Park to rename, that's good that he's gonna rename it. But listen, where's my brother? Why is the mayor haven't contacted us? Huh? He don't give a shit, but I bet you if he was Arabic, or he was from the 6th Ward, or something, trust me and believe, the whole thing would have been shut down. And trust me and believe me, the AG gonna burn his ass, the same way my family's gonna burn his ass too. I want my brother back.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Elvis Duran. Elvis Duran.
Mr. Elvis Dorr. Is mic working? Okay.
Mic is on. Good evening, Elvis.
Just want to say my
14.
condolences to the
One,
Asu
four.
family. Let's keep them in prayer. And the Najee family. This is a shame. This issues never went down in the city of Paterson. I was born and raised here. And it's praying time, y'all. The city of Paterson made mistakes. The people, we made mistakes. Y'all voted. Y'all did. The black community, 75%. We made mistakes, but now we have to deal with our mistakes. We have to trust God. We have to put God first. Pray change things, y'all. It's time for the black community and the Spanish community to come together. The reason why they do this to us, we too doggone divided. We got to come together and we got to trust God. There's power in the name Jesus. Mountains got to move. Enemies run when we come together. Jesus people. I came tonight, got a couple announcements. Just want to talk to the administration. 2 years ago, we had got money, federal money to start on a project of a performing arts center right across the street from Center City Mall, that red church building. Y'all supposed to turn that into a performing arts center. Where the money at? We got a lot of we got a lot of musical people in this city, a lot of music production. We have to rent places. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. And y'all got money, y'all got what, state, federal money funding to do that project. Where is the money? Why y'all didn't start on the project? And you know, I'm not getting on nobody. I'm just being real because I'm a promoter. And we got other promoters in this city. You got councils that got professional singers in their family. And we need this performing arts center. It's going to create jobs. Me, I'm about jobs and entertainment, music. Jobs. People need jobs. People got to feed their family. Look at the rent, $2,100 a month in this city. Come on. Come on, do the performing arts center so I could get a better job. So I could leave my job and work in my field. This Saturday, April 15th, just like I said, time for us to come together and support, right? We got a black business going to be opening up this Saturday. It's a black business, a soul food restaurant on the 1st Ward. And they're requesting for the councilman, Mike Jackson, to be there at 1 p.m. on 112 Belmont Ave, 112-114 Belmont Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. Looking forward for everyone to be in the building and come with your money, okay? Come with money, let's eat, let's get our eat on, y'all, okay? And I'm asking all the pastors and priests to be there so y'all can pray over the building, because y'all know prayer changes things, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Ask God to cover that doggone building, amen?
Amen.
And to cover the cooks so they could give us some good food, okay? Also, I would like for everyone to support my cousin restaurant inside the mall, Smoking Crabs, inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. If you like good seafood, you like soul food, go inside Center City Mall to Smoking Crabs, okay? Got a big announcement. Give me some time, Council President. Alice Mendez, what's good, man? Sweet Spirit is one of the top gospel female groups in the state of New Jersey. Sweet Spirit is bringing their gospel anniversary to Paterson. They don't have to. They did good in Newark, but they choose to come over here to their hometown. So I'm asking everybody to support them. Sweet Spirit is coming to Paterson with a big gospel anniversary celebration. It's going to be at the Boys and Girls Club on 264 21st Ave in Paterson, New Jersey. Tickets is only $20. The concert will start at 4 o'clock p.m. Anybody want tickets, you could call Mr. EJ at 973-460-4125. And it's going to be featuring Eric McKenzie and the Highlight Juniors, the Anointing Friends, the White Sutton and the Prayer Words, and many more, y'all. Y'all do not want to miss this big event. I'm looking forward to this. They're going to have chopped barbecue. And y'all know I like to eat. So I'm going to be there, y'all, okay?
Thank you.
The number is 973-460-4125. The tickets is only $20, y'all. Come on. Support the vendors, support this big gospel concert. Because they could have went to the Prudential Center. They had a choice to go to the Prudential Center or come to Paterson. Sweet Spirit choose Paterson, y'all. They choose Paterson.
Thank you.
Hey, wait. One more announcement. My birthday celebration is May 21. My birthday celebration is May 21. It's going to be on 98th Straight Street in Paterson, New Jersey at 4 o'clock p.m. It's a free will event. Everyone is welcome. My special guest is one of the best female gospel singers in the world. Ashley Motley will be live in concert. And I believe that's one of the Councilwoman Lisa Mims' cousin, right? Friend, okay. Also, White Wolf will be the honored guest. He will be live in concert. White Wolf will be in the building. He will be in concert. So y'all, come out, have a good time, be blessed. Hey, I'm gonna be 44 years old, y'all.
Thank you, brother.
Old.
You look young for 44.
Hey, Artist Mendez, I want to see you in the building, man.
I will be there.
We're gonna get our dance on, you know?
There you go.
Yeah.
I will.
Lisa Mims, Council Lisa Mims, I would like to see you in the building. Michael Jackson. I want to see Paterson in the building, y'all. Y'all coming? Woo! Power Paterson.
Next
God
speaker,
bless
Madam
you.
Clerk.
Yes. The next speaker is Mr. Bilal Hakim.
Bilal. Good evening, brother.
Good evening. I don't know how to come up after Elvis. But, all jokes aside, I was sitting there with my glasses on, and I was really wiping my tears away, just hearing Felix's brother talking about the pain, their family is going through. And if you have any ounce of humanity in you, you feel that too, because I wouldn't want to go through that. And there's a lot of pain seeing them go through all that. I want to just, first of all, just thank the people that came out, the different organizations, people from the community that came out to Barbers Park on Saturday, responded to our call to come and volunteer to clean the park, and they did a magnificent job there. The park is open for people to come and enjoy the park every day. We only say come and enjoy the park. Don't mess it up. If you're gonna come to mess it up, don't come to the park. But come to the park to enjoy it. We invested a lot of sweat equity as members of the neighborhood and the community to bring it back to life. I received a
a text to my phone from one of my relatives in Africa a few days ago. It's early in the morning, about 5 o'clock, and it was a picture of the young lady. You remember Wee McDonald? Y'all remember the young lady from Paterson that was on one of those singing shows, and she was ranked 3, I think. And I was looking at it, and I listened to what she was saying, and when they introduced her, she said that she was from Harlem. So when she said she was from Harlem, I grabbed my phone. I said, Harlem? I said, is that the same person? Because I thought that she was from Paterson. So I went in my phone, and I went to Google, just search, pulled it up. It was her. Then I ran across an article. And the article that I found, about her parents. They were talking about the violence and crime in Paterson. Father's a doctor, mother an educator, and they lived 19 years here in the city of Paterson and wanted out. Said some other neighbors wanted out. Hearing the cry of the Jesus family and so many other people, the other young lady that talked about the ticket, where's she at? Right here. When we don't have resolve, it plants the seed of revolution. When you don't have resolve, it plants the seed of revolution. And I'm so proud of these new people and coming up and having the audacity to speak and be heard. There has to be some resolve in the downtown area, Mr. President, in terms of relieving people. I was thinking about even moving down here, and, we just kept on looking at, well, where are we going to park at? If I move down here, you're going to park down here and come down and have a ticket every day, like this young lady, like about $1,100, dollars. Right now she needs some relief, and anybody want? Mm-hmm. And okay, so as she mentioned, I know legal talked about they were trying to iron out some legal kinks, but she really simplified it. If you have some type of decal where you can actually scan, and when the meter person come by and they see it, they look and say, oh, okay, not write a ticket, because that is really something. The person has to constantly be worrying about that. But crime is, the mayor of this Paterson is keep on painting this picture to the public that everything is okay. Everything is not okay. When you have, and I said this is what I wanted to talk about tonight. When you have a former city council member and president, right, of the council get beat up in front of his house, attacked, almost killed, could have been killed, right? You have recently an imam from a masjid, Umar ibn Khattab, up on South Paterson, Getty Avenue, attacked, stabbed in the back, twice, praying, in the morning, and then all of this, somebody got carjacked last night somewhere in the city of Paterson. Listen, the mayor, he got to get his head out of the sand. And I really hope the day that he would just come right here and sit over here and take some of this here heat. I understand that he have, others there, to buffer the brunt of the public outrage, but he needs to come and take some of that that heat. But he's a coward. But I urge you, if we don't do things to resolve, this is what when people come here, they want to know, listen, we're on top of that, we're solving that. Yes, we solved that problem right there. You brought it to us, we solved that problem. Otherwise, you're going to have revolution. It is the seed for revolution if you do not work to resolve the problem. Last but not least, and the councilwoman is not here, but I wanted to be on a matter of record. They changed these streets, right? The direction of the streets. Auburn Street, what's the other street? Carroll Street. And Carroll Street, if you're coming up Broadway, it's you go down Auburn, you turn to one way. Right next to the Masjid Salahuddin on Broadway, right? You go up to Carroll Street where St. Luke's is at, they changed the direction there as well. However, I want to show you something. They made sure that the part where St. Luke's is at, to Fair Street where their parking lot is at, that's a two-way. If you're coming out Fair Street, you can either make a right turn going towards Hamilton Ave, or you can make a left going towards Broadway. Down where the masjid is at, on Auburn and Broadway, no, you just have to come that way. We said to the councilwoman, she says they're gonna get on top of it. We want that changed.
Appreciate it, Belen. We're gonna have that discussion at the DPW committee meeting.
No,
Appreciate it.
I just want it on the record. We want that changed back, that little part right there, changed back so that those that come traveling, like these are the last 10 days of Ramadan, and people are coming in. This is the night of power, starting tonight. They'll be coming in. People do not need to go all the way around. When you're right there, and you can just pull into the parking lot. We're not thinking things out. Acting Council President. Last but not least, I got to say this here. Over here by the TD Bank. You know where the TD Bank is at, right? Now they built this little place over there where I think some of the homeless people, they go there, they eat, they shower or whatever. Who's planning this stuff? Who is planning this here? This is the most backward thing that, who plans that? And put it right there in the heart. You have court and everything going on. Around the corner, you got the methadone clinic right next to pediatric. Who planned this stuff? You can't live here. Because if you live here, you plan with a greater sense of care and sensitivity and respect to the neighborhood. I watch this every day because my work schedule have me come through this here way. And when I come through this here way, I'm seeing people, they're going to work, and you got people, they got all type of problems there. You got people dealing with all type of mental health issues, antagonizing people. This should not be there.
Our downtown area.
It should not be there.
Thank you, Belen.
Justice for Najee Seabrooks and the DeJesus family. We need some resolve. Every time we come here, that family hurting, man. Yeah, you feel that all in your soul. Yeah. If you don't feel it, you're dead.
That's true. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Reverend Frederick Lagarde.
Good evening, City Council. Reverend Frederick Lagarde, City of Paterson. I don't know what ward, your ward, Councilman Mendez. I live in your ward.
Yes.
All right, good evening to all of you. My question is, how long will our words fail to transfer into deeds that represent needs?
Okay.
I am so disappointed in the city that I was born in the city that I still live in the city in which I continue to remain in with quite a bit of our local government. What I want to say to you is anything that I say today, if it is an attack, don't take it as a personal attack, take it as a professional attack. Because we're dealing with professional business here this evening. There is something disconnected, there's something disjointed between our local government and the residents of this city. Part of it is because some of the people in local government don't really have a vested interest in the city because you don't live here. You weren't born here, you weren't raised here, and when you leave here tonight, you'll drive out of here and you'll drive back in here tomorrow. I want to particularly talk to the city council. I wish more of them were here today. The ones that I wanted to target are not here, but I'm quite sure they will hear me in some way, shape, or form. We do understand that it's Ramadan, but this running out of the council chambers was going on long before this holy holiday in the Islamic religion. We've seen this way before tonight, people running out because they can't stand the heat. But we want you to understand tonight that City Council, number one, as a whole, you work for us. It's already been said. And we do have the power, all right? Y'all are making money, but many of you are not earning it. And I want to say to you tonight that, listen, it doesn't matter what ward you're representing, you represent the whole of the community. All right, and many of the ones that are not in here today are the ones that I am talking about. All right, not only am I a pastor in this city, but I'm also in the funeral profession. I'm one of the funeral directors that on a regular basis deals with the homicides in this city. All right, I'm the funeral director that dealt with the Seabrooks family, okay, that had to prepare him. I'm the funeral director that sits with families of homicide victims that oftentimes from our actions and what we see, these families feel that you don't care. I can count consistently 3 people on the city council who anytime there's a tragedy, they're at the funeral. We pick and choose what we want to do, how we want to represent, where we want to be, but yet when it comes to voting time, you come to our community, you visit our churches, you get up in our pulpits, you make your donations to us, but when you get in the seats, you do something completely different than what you represented when you were running for election. I need to say to you tonight, and I know that the sound went off, okay, and I'm gonna sit down real quick, that a lot of what you do up here is not always in what you say, but it's a lot in your composure. We watch composure. We watch what you're doing when we're talking. We watch the movement around the chambers. We watch the smug looks. We watch all of that. And sometimes you don't have to say anything for us to know how and what you feel about us. Paterson is in ruins, but the question is, shall we be at rest in the ruins? There are only certain parts of our city being highlighted. Hinchcliffe Stadium, the Great Falls, those are highlighted areas, but this whole city ought to be able to be highlighted. This whole city ought to be able to be highlighted. So y'all got some work to do, all right? Councilman Abdelaziz, I don't know him, but I don't have to know you to watch you and to know what you're about. All right? Maritza Davila, listen, I know. That's all I'm gonna say. All right? This president who is not here tonight, okay? If you can't stand it, if you can't take it, then you get out of the seat. Now, I said something, and I'm going to say it just the way that I want to say it, all right? And I said it on my Facebook Live, okay? And it's already been said by Sister Kamisha, wherever she is, all right? There's power in voting, all right? I'm sitting down, Brother President, all right? There's power in voting, okay? And we have power in our vote, all right? So there's 6 seats that are coming up. And I want to tell the black and brown community, the community that is disenfranchised the most in this city, the community that has the least in this city, okay? The poorest education, the most inferior housing, okay? You have builders even in this city that you let build in every ward, but you don't obligate them to put a youth center back or a playground back. For every ward they build in, they need to put something back into that ward. But we've got power in the vote, all right? And I said it, and I'm going to say it, and then I'm going to sit down on this. Some of y'all need to get your asses out of those seats. And I want to talk to the black and brown community. You need to vote. If you're not registered to vote, you need to vote. The mayor knows me. I can text the mayor right now and he will respond to me. But in all due respect, the mayor needs to sit in this city council chambers. He does not need the BA to represent him. He needs to sit here. There was a time when we had mayors that were actively involved in this community. I grew up knowing Frank Graves, seeing him in the community, and others, okay? And that's what we need. So Paterson, y'all stick together, all right? And I will be back here again. I will be saying what I want to say again, and I'm not looking to run. I don't want to I'm not looking for a title at all. So if you think that's my motive, that's not my motive. But y'all need to get it together.
Thank you, Reverend Lagarde. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Felix Malave. Felix Malave.
Felix. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
James Pruden.
Doctor.
Yes, James.
Hello, my name is Dr. James Pruden. I'm an
Good evening,
emergency
Doctor.
physician at St. Joe's Hospital. I've been there for 40 years. I've heard that transparency and accountability are in the DNA of leaders of integrity. So, a brief aside, as a young man, I heard a song by Roberta Flack. It's called Business Goes On As Usual, except that my brother is dead. In this song, her brother was a warrior who fought for his country and died in its service. Fast forward, 2023, Paterson, New Jersey City Council meeting. The very first item of business today was a moment of silence for our fallen warriors. It's an honorable thing to do. I would like to offer a moment of silence for our brother, a fallen warrior who fought for this city, Najee Seabrooks. 39 days ago, his killing led to public displays of shock, rage, pain, and suffering that continue today, to this very day, in front of this council. And what has our leadership offered? Business as usual. The very third item on the agenda was a payment of bills, a critical function of this body, tonight to the tune of $5 million. Yet, what has this council done in response to Najee's killing? A last straw that resulted in this council losing control of $40 to $50 million by virtue of the Attorney General taking over the police department. 15% of your total budget gone. And what have you done? Business as usual. Sooner or later, the AG, Mr. Abbasi, the New Jersey State Police will be gone. And how will Paterson be different than on March 3rd, 2023, when Najee was killed? People have named and raged against whom they see as the enemy. But to me, the biggest enemy we have is indifference. In the hospital, when a heart attack comes in, a gunshot wound comes in, and things don't go right, they don't go like you expected them to go, I tell the residents, you may not have the answer, but you damn well better have a plan. What city council is your plan? How are you going to stop the bleeding? Couple of suggestions. Fix the culture in the police department. You know the ways. Fix the culture in the police department. That is accountability. Number 2, establish a citizen complaint review board with teeth. That is transparency. Show the leadership you profess to have. Remember, you're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next person is Alexandra Smith.
Alexander Smith.
Dr. Pruden, while she comes up, The Civilian Complaint Review Board, he removed it off the agenda as well. Council President, removed that off the agenda.
Yeah. Good evening.
So every time I come here, I listen to everybody who speaks very carefully. And one thing that I've noticed over and over again at these meetings is that there is a failure to deliver justice in this town, in this city. There is a deep corruption, and it will be exposed. The Public Director of Safety, Gerald, Police Lieutenant Lewis, Prosecutor Camilla. If there is corruption, it will be exposed. Officers Say and Hernandez, there is corruption, it will be exposed. To those who cover up the treachery that goes on in this town, there is corruption and it will be exposed. We come here and we ask, and like you just said, he took it off our agenda, and at some point he's gonna have to realize that we're not just here for now, we're not just here for the moment, it's not just that we're gonna come get angry and then dissipate. I'm gonna come here every single time until he tells me what I wanna hear, which is that he's gonna invest in our Civilian Complaint Review Board and in the non-carceral crisis response team. Just like I said last time, if they don't protect us like they're supposed to, and we know that they're not, then who is going to? We are, us. So allow us to do that, allow us to protect ourselves. The only way that Paterson's corruption is removed is if Paterson decides to remove it. If they decide. We know who supports our movement. We know who's spilling light on the injustices that are here, and for that I say thank you. You inspire me every time I come here. You inspire me to speak my truth, to tell the truth, even when it means that I might be putting myself in danger. So to the rest of you guys, either get with us or get out. It's been said many times, the rabbit has the gun, and I really like that saying. So far, none of the cops have been held accountable for their actions against Najee. We still have not received any answers on why Najee's mental health crisis was treated like a hostage situation. To the only people holding hostages that day were the Paterson Police Department. That day, Najee called other departments, other police departments, asking for help, saying that he was being held hostage in his own home. And they called the Paterson Police Department laughing, mocking him, because it was something funny to them. The police are not here to protect and serve. They're only here to do their bidding. Whatever agenda they have, that's what they're here to accomplish. We are here innocent life after innocent life being brutalized. And I asked you the first time I ever came here, what can I say to make you not just hear my words, but to actually listen to them? And I know that now your pockets are too full to hear my words correctly. You guys are being paid to be blind. Some of you guys, I am going to continue to share this story, continue to make sure that these injustices will not go unheard. Justice for Najee, justice for Felix de Jesus. I want justice for any life that Paterson Police Department has ever taken.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
David Sue, 34 Van Houten Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I want to talk about putting items on the agenda and taking things off the agenda. I had actually been the person who came down and read that section of the code. Now, there's a way to read law or read your code. The first thing to know is the city code is subordinate to the state statute and the 3 levels of case law, all right? You can't just point at tradition or habit. Remember I said a long habit? Anyway, so in this case, you have the Corporation Council looking at a single line, but you have to read the document in its entirety. It's called, usually you do it with cross-referencing laws, it's called reading and pari materia, and the counselor should know that, all right? The other way that you look when you start reading and examining laws is you can apply what they call doctrines or principles. In this case, the one that would be most applicable would be the principle or the doctrine of absurd results. So if you read a tiny section of law and you say, okay, well, it's that, but then you have to think of the consequences of that, practicality and effect and fairness, what judges go through. So in this case, if you said one person, this job title, council president, can lock it all down. They can say, there's going to be no agenda, zero agenda, no payment of bills, no operations, no nothing. Oh, you want to remove me? Well, I'm taking that off the agenda too. You're putting the power of the entire government as it would be related to the city council in the hands of a single individual. And that is completely wrong because it's not that it disenfranchises the council members. This is an indirect democracy. These members of the city council represent the residents of the city of Paterson. So now you're saying one job title gets to stop the voice of the entire population of Paterson just because of whatever reason. Okay? So at the point at which you have an attorney that just doesn't refer to the law, doesn't read the law correctly in its proper context and principles, the person is not acting as an advisor. They don't make rulings. They're not judges. And even judges have to refer to the specific laws upon which they are predicating their decision. It's called Issue, Rule, Analysis, and Conclusion, IRAC. It's first-year law student stuff. All right? So at that point, the person becomes a fixer and not an attorney. Okay, now why listen to David? All right? I was chairman of the zoning board and I was removed by the city council. Myself, Brian Duncan, and Vincent Rice, we sued our way back on, pro se, no lawyers. We just did it ourselves. And I myself wrote the brief to the Supreme Court of the state of New Jersey. I'm going to, Mr. Chairman, if I could just another minute, please. So I had to study, we had to figure out how to do that. I only have a high school diploma and an art education. So the other thing that I confronted on the board is we had an attorney, Robert J. Demers Jr., and he was acting in a way that was completely unethical and inappropriate. And Brian Duncan and I filed a grievance with the Office of Attorney Ethics, and they charged him and adjudicated him and found him guilty. All right? So there is a process, but it takes an extremely long time. But quite frankly, if counselor cannot come up with something better than habit and tradition, if he's not reading the entire section together, it's clarified as your city code. Yes, it says with the approval of the chairman, but it also goes on to say other things, which clarify that aspect of the code. So I don't think the way he's presented it is credible. I don't think that any one person should be able to lock this community down and hold it hostage, which is effectively what's happening. And I think it's fundamentally wrong and a disservice to the public, and I thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Sue. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. David McNeil?
Hello.
Good evening.
David McNeil?
No, David McNeil.
Okay.
It's in the back.
Just take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, take your time, Mr. David.
You know, this is my name is David McNeil.
Donald.
Now, I've been in Paterson over
Mr. Dave, get close to the mic.
Sorry about that.
Can you help the Mr. David pull the mic out a little
There's
bit?
something holding that mic. I don't know what is it, but
No, you got to pull the podium
What
out.
is
Okay.
Thank you.
he cannot use that.
Thank
He had
you.
to use his own.
My name is David McNeil.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr.
I
David.
went to grammar school and high school in Paterson, New Jersey. I've been here over 50-some years, right at 60 years. 5 years old when I come to Paterson. I look around this room and I see majority of some of y'all know. Some of y'all don't know. But I can tell you this here beep and beep, I don't know about all that. This is my second time. I'm here for one thing and one thing only, to get something did with the senior citizen. Because this other bull y'all putting down, hey, y'all take that, because each one of y'all got a senior citizen in your family. And I know this. So, what I'm speaking of, I live 255 Atlantic Street, Paterson, New Jersey. And I'm gonna tell you, you get up in the morning, you wanna take a bath, right? Let me hold your key and I'll give you my key. For a month and a half, 1 month and a half. Get up in the morning to take a shower, cold water. Hold up. You think that's funny? Shit. Ha. I got sick 2 weeks ago. Had to go to the doctor. Ambulance come to pick me up. No, not the elevator. They can't get in the building. Now, hold up. The reason is the bell don't work. Where you push to let them in the building, don't work. Housing violation. Okay, the second violation you got, you walk through there, you got water running down the aisle. All right, the other violation, that ain't all. I get up in the morning feeling good. But you know I get mad for one reason. I can't get in the shower. I got to go all the way across town to take a damn shower. Excuse the expression. But I'm pissed with it. Come all the way back. Get sick because I done took a shower over by my friend's house, but I got to come home because I live 255 Atlanta. I've been there almost 5 years. 2023 is my worst nightmare because nobody want to do nothing. Senior citizen, tell you what, pray each day because God give you a will, because I'm going to tell you what, there's nobody doing nothing. You got people standing on these boards. I put it out today. I went to China 7 with this shit. I'm fed up. China 7 have not touched me back. Now you tell me why. And I call them 3 times. I'm going to call them one more time. And it's going to be my last time. They call the mayor back. Housing ain't doing nothing.
That's a housing authority building.
Mr. David, and I feel so sorry to hear what you're going through. That 55 Atlantic building is falling apart. One day the elevator is not working, no water in the building, no hot water. I mean, Madam BA, there's been so many issues with the housing authority. Ms. David, I would like to get your number because I've been calling the Housing Authority Department for some problem that I have on Heritage Place, and there's so many complaints, and nothing is moving, nothing is happening, Madam BA. The administration need to take action, especially on 255 Atlantic. The building is falling apart. Elevator are not working. We have so many seniors with so many disabilities that they cannot get out of their apartment because they cannot use the elevator.
What is the apartment number?
My apartment number is 10-0, as in Otis.
Just give me 1 second. Mr. Dave, Sylvia, if somebody could take his information, any council member, give me a second, give me 1 minute, Councilman Velez. We want to share your information with any council member that want to reach out to you, and the administration have to reach out to housing tomorrow, first time in the morning. That should not be happening with you. We feel sorry, but we're going to take action. We're going to make sure that tomorrow you get that call.
Because if I don't, I will be back.
And listen, I would love to see you back, but not for that, maybe for something else. I want to make sure that you will be able to take a shower and be able to live on a decent place and use your elevator when you want to use it to get out of the building. That's a safety matter. Thank you.
Council President.
So
give me 1 second, Councilman Velez. Mr. David, make sure you give the information to Silva. Take the information. Councilman, we're going to share the information. Let's finish public portion. We just got a few.
I just quickly to him. You say apartment what?
Apartment 10O.
10?
O. As in
Oh.
Otis.
So let me say this, Council President. While you were speaking and you say 255 Atlantic Street, I text all your complaints to Director Gordon. So she should get there immediately tomorrow. Okay?
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Chanel
Can't take it
Fields.
on now, but she's everybody's.
Sharon Easton.
It's been
Shannon
going on
Fields.
for a month and a half.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say, what's the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Chanel Fields.
Oh, okay.
She's over there.
Do you need a ride, Mr. Manir?
Thank you.
You need a ride home?
Yeah.
I will take you home.
Huh?
I will take you home.
Councilman, we only have 5 council members, so there's no quorum. If we
How many
let
speakers
one,
we have?
so what we're gonna do, what we could do is, Mr. Bellar,
What?
Mr. Bellar, can you do me a favor? Can we identify somebody that could take him home? And if it has to be an Uber or taxi, I'll cover that. I'll pay for.
Castro,
I'll
can you
pay
take
for an
my
Uber.
car and take him home? With my car? Yes, here. Take it to my, here, use my car.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
She's at the podium.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm coming for a couple of reasons. I just want to encourage the council and the administration to be more empathetic and encouraging to the residents, especially to the youth and the young adults, beyond just taking pictures with them when they have accolades in school and sports, because they're watching you closely. Ask yourself if you would want to be talked to dismissively. This is in reference to the night that we first met Jalen, who came here seeking resolve for her tickets. Kathy Morgan is still here, and she can vouch and attest, and so can Jalen. Where some of the residents, we came together along with Schiffer Pharmacy and primarily Councilman Jackson to help provide relief for Jalen with the tickets. It's one thing to tell her that you sympathize with her and you empathize with her, but your actions are meaningless. Like if you do nothing to show her how you sympathize or empathize with her, then it's just bullshit. So like we need you to do a little bit better with that. Like if everybody had came together, at one point Kathy even took out her checkbook and wrote a check for $25, and Mrs. Addison, she's not here tonight, she wrote a check for $50. Councilman Jackson offered the relief of the remainder of the balance, which is almost $1,200, only for us to be disrespected last Tuesday and say don't thank them yet, but you guys didn't do anything. That was so disrespectful, and it pissed me off to a point where I had to come back and make it clear. We're the only ones that's doing stuff to really help, and I'm talking about physically. We're not just saying we care about you, we sympathize with you, we're so sorry. Show us you're sorry. It's ridiculous. And I'm not saying you're supposed to do it for everybody, but if she's coming out and she's asking the community and asking the council for answers, we don't have those answers right now. She's continuing to suffer daily, continue to accumulate more tickets, more fines, more fees, and we know this. And we do nothing. But I'd like to thank Councilman Jackson. I'd like to thank Schiffer Pharmacy. I'd like to thank Kathy and Miss Addison for being there for Jalen and Miss Vera Ames. It's ridiculous. You guys have to do better. You have to do better. It got to a point where Miss Cotton disrespected her. Yeah. If you had $1,100 in tickets, you would cry too. Jalen will tell you that she came out of the chambers, and she cried. We should never send anybody away like that. It's disgusting. And then we have people that say like that they love God and they're of God. Everything we do is ministry. This conversation I'm having with you right now is ministry. And you're gonna be accountable. I'm tired of it. Like, I'm really sick of it. My next issue is still justice for Najee. And to the public, again, same message. Keep coming out, guys. Keep coming out. It's been 39 days, and we expected, or should I say the city expected an uproar, because that's what we do. When we get mad, there's an outcry. But we have to consistently come here. We have to come here. That's the only way change will come about. I want to read an article because I'm not sure if everybody knew what took place over the weekend. You know, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors with the media. They show you one thing to hide what the real agenda is happening is. Distraught man holds officers at bay for hours in Paterson. First standoff since the takeover. I'm not even listening to that. The standoff, right? The standoff in Paterson began Saturday afternoon, April 8th, and stretched for several hours into Easter. A distraught man wielding a knife kept law enforcement officers at bay for several hours in Paterson on Saturday, in the Silk City's first major incident since the state attorney general's office took control over the police department. New Jersey State Police sent a negotiator backed by a Passaic County Sheriff's SWAT team, among other tactical officers. No Paterson Hill Collective again. Soon after, the standoff began at New Jersey Transit's Market Street garage shortly before 5:30 p.m. on April 8th. Notice they didn't include the color of the person, though. It continued throughout the evening toward Easter Sunday. New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Platkin took control of the day-to-day operations City Police Department nearly 10 days ago, following a series of incidents capped by the fatal March 3rd police shooting of Najee Seabrooks, a 31-year-old crisis intervention worker that ended nearly 5 hours in a 5-hour standoff. Seabrooks, a respected, admired, loved, nonviolent activist, was in the middle of what family members said was a mental health crisis that morning. My point is, that person is still alive, and thank God they are. But we still need justice for Najee. Why wasn't his life preserved? Why didn't his life matter enough to save it? And still, they presented with a new opportunity, with a new standoff, with another person, same script, just a different cast. But this person lived. But they still didn't take the initiative to involve the Paterson Hill Collective, once again. But thankfully, that person lived. We have to do better.
Thank you.
I'm not finished, Alex. I need you to stop doing that. That is so freaking rude.
It's not rude.
I'll let you know when I'm finished.
It's not rude.
I'll let you know when I'm finished. And I'm the last speaker.
It's not rude. After the clock, I give you the time.
Okay, don't distract me, please.
Just wrap it up.
I'll get there.
Thank you.
You be patient. Thank you.
I'm always patient.
Listen, as a governing body, you have to do better. You have to stop doing that. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's very dismissive.
It's not.
We have important issues. We have important issues that
we have to give the same respect to all the speakers.
And we are giving respect. I'm not the person to go back and forth with you. I'm not, and it's not optional. I'm gonna finish.
All I'm saying, just finish. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to disrespect me.
And all I'm saying is be quiet so I can finish.
I never disrespect you.
And I never disrespect you. So let's be adults.
Just finish then. The floor is yours.
Thank you. That's all you had to do.
Not a problem. We're waiting for you.
As a governing body, you almost do better. There must be justice for Najee, and we can't grow complacent, because complacency is the friend to accepting anything, and we can no longer accept the injustices that continue to happen in this city. Please, guys, I encourage you to vote. Encourage your family and your friends and your loved ones to do the same. That's all I had to say, and all you had to do was wait. Learn patience.
I'm always patient. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before the next speaker, on the next workshop, we're going to have a special meeting. Corporation Council, we're expecting the legislation for the parking permit to be on the floor for next week. There's no reason why we shouldn't have it for next week, and we could be able to vote next week on that legislation to take that out of the way. When somebody say, no, you're not doing nothing, that's not true. That's not true. I'm not sitting here wasting my time. I could do all the things way better than this, but I love my city. I came with this city without nothing, and I've been blessed more than I deserve. So when you say that, you come here, you think that I'm here because I need a paycheck? Wait, no. You think that because I want to waste my time? No. I'm here because I know that I could do a lot for the city. And there's people that care about the city. So with that being said, we should be voting on that item for next week for the parking permit on downtown. And we could move on with that and help the people that live in downtown. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker, Ms. Kathy Morgan.
It's gonna go to 2 committees. That what it is.
Lois, your time is not now, it's mine.
I'm not talking to you.
Okay, well, you're talking while I should be talking. All right, listen, you're saying that you're gonna do it. I'm hoping and praying that y'all not gonna let Khalik take it off the agenda. Because every time you put something that's for the people or for this side of the dais, it's always taken off. I'm letting y'all know.
Yes.
Mind your business.
Please, council members, we just have a few more speakers.
Council President,
Okay.
I believe she spoke already. That's what you're telling me.
And I believe that council president told me that I could put my name up again,
who?
so this is why you should stay
How
in
many
your
more
lane.
speakers do we
You're
have,
in the
Madam
wrong
Clerk? Just
seat.
give us a minute. How many more speakers? Because we only have 5 council members. I want to make sure that we're going to be able to go for second reading because there's a lot of important items that the community needed that are on second reading, and I need to do second reading. How many more speakers?
She spoke for.
So we got 3 more
4 minutes.
speakers. So we got Paterson, we got 3 more speakers. Please wrap it up and
Council
allow the
President.
3 speakers.
Council
Go
President.
ahead.
If he
Go
would be,
ahead.
if
Council
he would be
President.
quiet and allow me to
Council
speak, I can
President.
be
Just go.
finished.
I'm directing to you. You're the council president. I recall she was there 4 minutes speaking. Okay? Now she want to speak again.
And what business?
So we
is it? You talk
gotta
all
have.
night long.
So
Councilmember
then Mr. LaGuardia should come again, and then the other one should come again.
Councilmember Les, your name was called. Just we will give you the time, and there's 3 more speakers,
Okay,
please. And listen, let me just say this.
Alice,
Just give me a
Alice, I don't have a
second.
problem.
Let me
You be
make this
quiet.
point clear before you
Okay, go
continue.
ahead.
When I encourage our Paterson resident to stick with the 3 or 4 minute time, it's because I want you to respect the people behind you. I see a lot of seniors here sitting, waiting for their time. It's not fair that you get there and do 6, 7 minutes when you have a senior that waiting to speak. So all I'm
Is that
saying is that.
directed to me?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
So,
because
go ahead.
I would be finished if you be quiet.
Just
what
go
I
ahead.
want to let y'all know is this.
Go ahead.
You see who's here? This is what needs to stop. We have a city that's hurting. I sat here and I listened to everybody, and this is why I put my name up there again, because I wanted to listen to what everybody had to say. Every week it's the same thing. Maritza is barely ever here. Only time she came here and sat was when she was council president, and she was nasty then. Al never sits. Him and Velez, they're like ping pong balls. This one jumps up, he's supposed to be council president. He want to shoot down everything that someone puts up that's for this side of the dais, but he's never here. You all, if there needs to be something in your little legislature or your made-up Robert rules that will stop what's going on here. It's disrespectful that we come down here, like you said, we come down here, we sit for hours. I go home, and my husband's upset because I'm out here all the time. But what I'm saying is this. We sit for hours. We give y'all the respect of waiting for our time to speak, say what we need to say. When they are here, they pop in and out. This has to be addressed. This has to be fixed. It's disrespectful. It's rude to us that we can't get a full, it's talking about governing body. We have governing people.
Understood.
You sit, Mike sits, Lisa sits, Odin sometimes sit, and now they're using Ramadan as a reason. Don't use your religion as a reason to do wrong, because God is watching.
Thank you.
I'm not finished. My minutes didn't come up. So we have to fix this problem. Paterson, you need to get out and vote. You need to get out and vote. I cannot stress this enough. The power is in the vote. If you are not registered, please, please, my heart bleeds for you to see me. I need to get you registered. I need to get you out to vote. If you need a ride on election day, I'm giving out my number to those of you that need it. This has to stop. Velez needs to go. He's rude. He's very rude. Alex, I'm going to say to you this, only this. Chanel was right. Just let her speak, because what stops everybody from speaking is the monkey show on the side, and when people trying to go back and forth with a person here. Most of the arguments come from that side. It's agitated from that side of the room. This is what y'all not seeing. All of the disruptions and distractions is agitated from that side of the room. And the reason why I was antagonistic when I came down here before, and why I say things from this side, to let you see how it feels to be disrespected, how it feels for you to have something to say, and you got listen, I ain't buy no peanuts for that monkey, and he need not be at the show. I'm tired of it. And I'm saying it rude and disrespectfully because that's how he is when people are speaking. They have to stop it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Donnell Sharon.
Sure. If you need to pass some copy to council members, so.
No, actually, this is for the public.
Okay.
This is for the public. They can have it.
Okay.
That's for the public. The council already has copies of all these documents. For starters, my name is Donnell Sharon. I'm a resident of the 3rd Ward,
Hey, Donnell.
long-term resident.
Yep.
Let me start off by saying this. This day was predicted. This day was definitely predicted. I was destined to come. Today, don't blame God, because he keeps blowing breath in my lungs. And this is going on for 10 years, and I'm still fighting. And I'm going to add this in here, hold on, Alex. Here's what I'm saying. I can show you better than I can tell you. Show you better than I can tell you. This is the State Attorney General's office. Okay? So, I come with receipts. All right? Some people come to the podium and they have the power and voice to voice their concerns at the podium. But with me, one of my strongest powers, and a lot of people can contest this, if we're Facebook friends, you know, my power comes from pen to paper. One of my greatest tools that I use every day. One of my tools that I use every day. Thank you, my brother. One of the tools I use every day, and I encourage kids today, and it's an underrated tool that we don't use enough, and that's the power of writing. That's my greatest tool. I'm gonna tell you, a pen has more power than a gun. And understand this, I'd hate to utilize the term my pen being a gun, but yes it is, that's what my pen is. My pen is like a gun. When used correctly, it has a powerful kickback. And with that being said, just for these few minutes that you observe the images of a monkey with a whistle tied around his neck, and a note that states, whistle blow on this monkey. If that disturbs you just for a few minutes, put yourselves in my shoes, as I've been forced to endure these images for the past 10 years and not getting any justice from the same Department of New Jersey State's Attorney General's office that I've been writing for the past 10 years under Governor Chris Christie and Governor Phil Murphy administrations. Not one single response back from the state's Attorney General's office about a hate crime that happened to me at my state government job. That's only 2 blocks down the street at 100 Hamilton Plaza, 7th floor. So yeah, you can come in here and take over the police department about their misconduct, but let's talk about your misconduct. Let's talk about the state's attorney general's office misconduct. That I wish they would have came down to 100 Hamilton Plaza and took over my job when I reported some internal government, state government, and federal crimes that was going on at my job. And I was forced, and not saying I was forced, but basically, I go by integrity. If I see something wrong, I'm going to report it. I had 12 years, over 10 plus years of an unblemished performance record as a Patersonian resident, but also a state government worker for the state of New Jersey, working in the city of Paterson. Because I reported the crimes that were going on, I was railroaded out of my job. And I'm still fighting to get it back after 10 years. But my colleagues who put the stuffed monkey in my workplace were still able to work and still stay up there for 10 years. Some of them already retired out with New Jersey pension plans. Governor Murphy gave them New Jersey pension plans. They still up there working right now. The supervisor, they all railroad me out of my job, but yet you want to come down here at 111 Broadway and say publicly, my number one goal here, and this is Matthew Placken, my number one goal here is to protect the citizens of Paterson, New Jersey, but more importantly, the people of Paterson, New Jersey. I mean, the citizens of New Jersey, but more importantly, the people of Paterson, New Jersey. That's a lie. So with that being said, I have some talking points I need to read out in its entirety, and I'm done. Please let me finish. Good evening, Council President and all City Council members. I come before you today, this committee today as a New Jersey State government, on a New Jersey State government level. At this time, I respectfully ask that you please do not, again, you did already started my time. Tonight, I'm not asking for more time, but I am respectfully asking that you please allow me to finish my public comments, considering that, I gave the whole entire city council, out of respect for you guys, a copy of manila yellow envelopes with my file complaint about the New Jersey State Attorney General's office. I'm here today so I can expose some truths about the New Jersey State Attorney General's office. For public record, my name is Donnell Sharon, and I'm a long-term resident in the city of Paterson, New Jersey, and a state government employee with the New Jersey Department of Human Services, where my field office, again, is located at 100 Hamilton Plaza, 7th floor, where I used to call my New Jersey State home for over a decade and providing community service as a rehabilitation plan coordinator and caseworker for the developmentally disabled population prior to me being wrongfully discharged for exercising my SEPA whistleblower rights. That's how long I have been fighting against systemic government racism under Governor Phil Murphy and the Chris Christie administrations. Today, I bring receipts, as everybody has copies of, that has been in possession of the entire City Council Committee and showing facts, not lies, not no made-up stuff. This is facts. There go my receipts right here. You can see everything. So what I'm telling you today is all true. No made-up stuff. No confidence in the New Jersey State Attorney General's office and the New Jersey State Attorney General office having a history of covering up state and government crimes. These were the titles of my file complaints that was supported with federal evidence that was given to Corporation Counsel and the entire City Council Committee on April 3rd through Madam Secretary's office, hand-delivered with a receipt, and my receipt was right here. I gave it out. Normally, I am usually behind the scenes, but yet tuned into our city government affairs by watching YouTube live feeds from our brother, Mr. Corey Teague, on a weekly basis as we continue to advocate for Nige, Felix, and our other fellow Patersonian brothers who had their civil rights violated, as I still remain in full support of televising all workshops and council committee meetings. But on March 27, 2023, this day changed everything for me when I was forced to bear witness of the ill-advised public announcement by New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy's newly appointed AG, Mr. Matthew Placken, who officially took over Paterson, New Jersey Police Department due to poor leadership, resulting into frequent occurrences of police misconduct. However, the audacity and irony on seeing the New Jersey State Attorney General office misleading our Paterson community while knowing that this Attorney General office has a long-standing history with covering up New Jersey State government corruption and white-collar crimes for the New Jersey Governor's office. Oh, it's going to get deep. How do I know this? It starts with me having factual evidence, which I just provided to everybody, and also being a New Jersey State government employee for over a decade with an unblemished performance record, which again changed after me exercising my SEPA whistleblower rights. That has been covered up by Murphy and Christie. These crimes still have a direct impact on our community and taxpaying citizens in our great state of New Jersey, and specifically the residents of Paterson, New Jersey. Now, I'm going to give you some of the crimes that I reported that I was forced out of my job. Over 5 years of New Jersey state funding fraud through an internal government racketeering scheme, kickback scheme by the New Jersey Department of Human Services. New Jersey pension loan fraud totaling up to $15,000 that was committed by the New Jersey Department of Treasury and Pension Benefit Divisions in a colluded role with the Internal Revenue Service because my employer for the state of New Jersey had blundered and forgot to collect old pension loans, resulting into unknown finance department colleagues stealing retired and wrongfully discharged employees' tax identification information and filing fraudulent W-2s with the IRS, which in turn was a disclosed financial breach. My female disabled client, Miss Rachel R., I know she's still in Paterson, having her private parts unlawfully shaved by a private New Jersey state vendor agency staff, resulting into my disabled client's injuries, leading to a successful lawsuit filed against my employer and the contracted vendor agency due to the internal falsification of New Jersey state government incident reports by my supervisors to purposely prevent families from receiving a swift investigative process. It was New Jersey Senator Miss Nellie Poe who advocated and assisted Miss Daisy Cruz. That's who my client's mother is. I could say the mother, I ain't gonna say the client. Miss Daisy Cruz, in solidifying a successful vindicating lawsuit at the same Paterson, New Jersey Municipal Court, which is down the street here, with no financial bribes and falsification of court documents being engaged. My second female
Council
client,
President,
excuse me.
just a minute. Council President,
Council
can you tag his time or?
No, hold on. I'm going to finish.
I allow him to read the whole statement that he
I'm going to finish this
that he has.
I don't care about no time. I'm going to finish.
Just continue.
What I'm saying, I know you requested. I know you requested. I just want to know if he not
He requested and honor him the time.
Thank you.
I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna keep it respectful.
Listen, I know the time that you told me you requested, and I allow you the time to read it.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you, my brother. My second female disabled client, I could say her name because she died. I say it again. My second female client, she's disabled. Her name is Milagros Morales, who was a Pattersonian resident at the same Mill Street apartments where Najee lived, died in a New Jersey state-funded group home that presented elements of foul play. And we expect the public to have faith in the New Jersey State Attorney General Office to impartially investigate those deaths and disappearances at the hands of the Paterson Police Department when the AG office maintained a cover-up since my client's death in 2013 under the Chris Christie and Phil Murphy administrations. New Jersey State Attorney General Office covering up the racially biased stuffed monkey hate crime with the whistle tied around his neck and a note stating whistleblower on this monkey being placed in my workplace at the hands of my majority of non-minority and non-Pattersonian state government colleagues and administrators as a result of office harassment and retaliation for exercising my CEPA whistleblower rights. New Jersey governor aiding and abetting my non-minority colleagues and administrators with privileged immunity and maintaining employment and receiving ill-advised full retirement pension benefits for their role, and I can't show those evidence, but their role in altering New Jersey state government emails and documents, incident reports, and disciplinary notices, all against me, all in a colluded effort with the state Attorney General Office and the Governor's Office in maintaining the years of covering up these reported state government crimes. I'm almost done, Alex. I'm coming to the end of it. New Jersey Senate, but I want to put them on blast. The New Jersey Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee, who has a long-standing governing rule, 5843, that states no employment discrimination and unlawful discharges, which are New Jersey state government violations. Unfortunately, this Democratic-led Senate New Jersey Budget Committee and the New Jersey Senate President, the current ones, have been obstructing justice by ignoring my weeks, months, and years of filed written complaints while neglecting to take action just to protect the corrupt political interests of New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. Mr. Thomas J. Iker, that name should ring a bell to everybody around here, who is the Executive Director for the Office of Public Integrity and Accountability under the New Jersey State Attorney General Office, is still obstructing justice upon Mr. Eicher, who was the previous U.S. Deputy Attorney for the District of New Jersey at the Newark, New Jersey Field Office, had withheld my filed U.S. certified written complaint regarding New Jersey state government corruption and the corrupt New Jersey Passaic County municipal judges, which was also copied to New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver in 2018, who are still covering up these reported New Jersey state and judicial government crimes. Mr. Thomas J. Eicher, to everyone, is the same New Jersey state law enforcement official who had previously charged the Paterson, New Jersey police officer, Mr. Jerry Maravak, with second-degree aggravated assault, which should have led to Mr. Maravak's immediate termination. Now, here we go, home stretch. Now, please allow me to cite the most egregious federal government crimes leading up to, and I say it again, leading up to November 2nd, 2021 gubernatorial election fraud. And I say that on record, gubernatorial election fraud. Governor Murphy stole the 2021 gubernatorial election based on this information I'm about to share. The New Jersey State Attorney General Office orchestrating financial bribes for the New Jersey Governor's Office to my attorney, Mr. Joshua Weiner, I'm putting him on blast, in a colluded role with the New Jersey Passaic County Municipal Court judges in reference to my archive status case docket number, PAS-L69214. The title of my civil lawsuit was Sharon versus the New Jersey Department of Human Services. My case never went to trial because the New Jersey State Attorney General Office assisted judges in orchestrating financial bribes to my attorney, but also assisted judges with falsifying documents that prevented my case from going to trial. The New Jersey State Attorney General, and also, now I'm going to go, I hate to say this, but Democratic President Joseph Biden, woo! Legal administration by way of the Department of Justice under the direction of the U.S. Attorney General, Mr. Merrick Garland, who obstructed justice by falsifying in its own DOJ November 1st, 2021 legal email reply to me reconfirming that the DOJ does not enforce or investigate New Jersey state government corruption, specifically the stuffed monkey hate crime against this African-American New Jersey state government employee. The DOJ emailed me and told me they don't investigate the crimes that I reported to them. That was a lie, which I know that for a fact. That was falsified by the DOJ. Now, the Biden FBI director, so when I hear people say, I hope the feds come in here, no, you don't, because the feds ain't gonna do nothing either. The Biden FBI director, Mr. Christopher Wray, unlawfully accepted $2 million of New Jersey taxpayer funding to unlawfully assist the other corrupt ex-New Jersey governor, Mr. Chris Christie, with concealing his personal cell phone while seeing the Biden FBI director obstructing justice with federal authorities during the infamous Bridgegate scandal. This evidence reconfirms that the Biden FBI law enforcement agency is politically weaponized with a director who has a history of committing federal crimes, which justify the FBI biased selective enforcement by ignoring my filed U.S. Postal Certified complaint dated on June 3rd, 2020, on seeing 3 years of not hearing back from the FBI representatives or federal law enforcement agencies involving New Jersey state government corruption and biased hate crimes. And I'm gonna end on this in closing. The million-dollar question to this legislative body being that it sits on the Passaic County seat. And as I specified, we had corrupt judges who aided the New Jersey Governor's Office with falsifying documents to prevent me from going through a successful lawsuit and also assist them with the financial bribes. Now, the question is, who is going to report this matter to the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office, Prosecutor Ms. Camilla Valdez, who recently was granted an additional 5-year term for the New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, who stole the November 2nd, 2021 gubernatorial election to investigate the corrupt New Jersey Passaic County judges, Ms. Sophia De Villa Saliba, Mr. Lawrence Marone, Daniel J. Yablonsky, and Chief Judge over here at the Passaic County District Court, Mr. Ernest Capicella, who all colluded with the State Attorney General Office with orchestrating financial bribes to my attorney and falsifying court affidavit documents for my employer for the state of New Jersey to rig family and civil courtroom cases from going to trial. Now, here's the thing. The art of proposing this question must be held of a higher value than trying to solve that question.
Wow.
And I'm gonna end on this note. And here's my 3 quotes. And I'm
Please,
done.
we have 2 other speakers.
I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up.
Wrap it up, please.
My 3 quotes, and I'm gonna end on this note. Just because something isn't a lie doesn't mean it's not deceptive. A liar knows that he is a liar, but the one who speaks mere portions of the truth in order to deceive the truth, to deceive the truth, is a craftsman of destruction. No knock on you, Councilman Dr. Lisa Mims, but the other quote says, "A lie has no legs, but a scandal has wings."
Thank you.
And the last one says, and this is from my late grandfather, Elijah Sharon at Solid Rock Baptist Church. My grandfather said to me, in this day and time, the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Justice for Naiji, Felix, Thelonious, Jameek, and those other Patersonian kings who had their lives taken from them, as I continue to fight for my own rights against the hands of systemic government racism while under the unlawful leadership of New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and that corrupt New Jersey State Attorney General's office.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Sharon Nero. Sharon Nero. Daniel Mejia.
Danielle spoke. Danielle, you spoke already, Danielle, right?
No.
No?
No, he haven't.
Okay, so Danielle is the last speaker. Go ahead, Danielle.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mejia, and I am the CEO of Soak City One. Soak City One is a QR code which I plan to install on every door with the goal of giving the people 3 options within the website. The first option is any city jobs that's available, whether it's governmental or local. The second option is any city events, which will be divided in events by the people and events by businesses, with the goal of creating for the business a one-stop shop where every business of every, I would say of different food services, they could offer a discount that day, and so people could try out the food during that week, that day, I'm sorry. And then the third option would be for under the name City Elects, which people within the city council would be providing a video expressing, basically giving the thanks to the people and then what is their goal for the city. On the bottom of that, it will be a more about. And then there would be a checklist of things, a to-do list, which is based on what the people have told Silk City One on what needs to be done on that ward. Once you complete that job, the people interested, they will receive a notification, I'm sorry, long day, a notification where they would know once the job is done. And basically, if you're not doing your job with the law of recall referendum, the people could vote you out of office, which I compare it to the stock market. 51%, in the stock market, majority wins. I was asking the city for 25 cents per home, which at the moment with the constructions going on, is gonna be around 265,000, with the goal of, with that money, cleaning the river through the method of hydroponics and aquaponics. The fruits that would be produced, they would be given to the schools, that way, to feed the students. And I recently started cleaning within the Louis Valencia ward, as I mentioned to you. I did not know what to do with the garbage, so I left it exactly on the location, right by, exactly on the Great Falls. You could see it. I also wanted to ask you publicly to see if I could use that location once I finish cleaning it up to do the hydroponic method, which, people, they use it, they're usually there to go fishing, and it's dirty, very, very dirty. But you can see a before and after. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the last speaker, Madam Clerk. Motion to close.
Motion to close.
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilman Dean. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting. Councilwoman Mims?
Jackson is right there. Councilman Jackson is here.
Councilman Jackson?
Public portion closed. Close on public portion. I'm going to use the restroom quick.
Good night, doctor.
No worries.
At this point, I don't even know what to address first. There's so many things, but what I do know is that this council has been hijacked. Is nothing in the form of where I first came on, and at that time I used to think it was bad then. This is horrendous. This is bad. Yeah, I'll let it rest there. We still have quite a bit to do. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
So to all the speakers, we had many speakers that came out. Tonight was really heartbreaking to see the De Jesus family. I mean, it's just, if you don't sympathize or have any compassion, you just have not to be human. It is, I mean, tonight, I mean, for the whole year that they've been coming, but just tonight to, I mean, wherever he is, like, the family deserves, they deserve answers. They deserve to see their loved one, and whatever's going on, it just needs to manifest. There's so many things that's been said on tonight by so many speakers, and you know, I'm grateful that the public does come out and to view their opinions, and you know, and talk about things that really matter to them. And I'm grateful to see people coming out, because we always ask for people to come out to speak and talk about. But I'm gonna say this before I vote. As we sit here, we hear from community members that come to the microphone. But when we are sitting here, members that are watching are texting us. They are asking us questions or asking us to state things on their behalf. When we're out in the community, people are stopping us. I don't know about anyone else. My phone rings from sun up,
Yes.
Mr. Keys, to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. There's a shooting, it rings even more drastically than other times. We work hard. It may not seem like it because we're sitting here and we get the brunt of your yelling and all that because we're sitting here. And I don't take it personal because you want to vent your frustration because you're going through some serious situations. But I don't know, I can't speak for everyone, but I know when people say you're not working, I would love them to take one day and just take my cell phone. That's right. Just one day. You probably throw it back in an hour. But just one day, if you would take my phone of the complaints that come through every day that get responded to and resolved, and some we have to wait, where situations where maybe recycling wasn't picked up, or there's a pothole, or there's a car accident, or, you know, I mean, I can go on and on every single day, and I log every day, every call that comes through. So I keep a track of every resident that comes through, their issue, their resolve, all that. Can we help everybody all the time? No, it would be impossible. We have a lot of people. Can we respond to people? Absolutely. My heart goes out, and you know I speak all the time. One of the women in our community was here, and she said to me, I want to help this young lady. She called me and said, do you think I should help her? I said, absolutely. And she reached out to you. She owns a pharmacy here in our city. I said, absolutely. And that's what she did. And I'm appreciative of that. Because a lot of times we sit on this side, people don't know what we really do. They have no clue. They really don't know. They don't know the people that call us, that ask us to help. We do it. I don't tell people I had to give money over here. I don't really do that because I don't really need to do that. But people, when we're sitting here, they reach out to us. The woman that was here, she didn't know you. She was here for something else. And she called me the very next morning. She said, my heart went out to that young lady. Should I help her? I said, absolutely. And she told me she reached out to you. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful she did. Because that's what this community is about. Should you be going through that situation? No, you shouldn't. Should that item be here to get it done? Absolutely. But here it goes again. The things that matter the most for residents that come before us, For some reason, it doesn't go through like others. Some stuff, we don't even vet it. Never gets vetted. We don't have to say it goes through 10 committees. It just be on here and we vote it and it's a done deal. But when residents come to this microphone, and Ms. Wahida, you know you're here all the time, it is a different scenario. If you're somebody they don't like, your item is not going on the agenda. If it's somebody that really fights for the community, your item is not going on the agenda. And I remember saying it to you, this is the process. Remember I was talking about it? Now you're seeing what's happening, right? With the process. And it shouldn't be that way because you're a resident of this community and you really deserve better. Paterson, as you see, I'm the only female sitting here. In order for this meeting to continue, we have to have 5 people sitting here. You know what's sad? You can't even get up to go to the bathroom because we wouldn't have a quorum. You can't finish the meetings because you wouldn't have a quorum. Now, I don't know, I didn't ask for the attendance roster of who said they weren't gonna be here tonight and what their reasons are. When we came in tonight, there were 7 people sitting here, and now we're down to 5. Public, I'm letting you know, they could say whatever they want. They could talk about me like a dog when I leave. But every meeting, I sit here all night long. And I think it's unfair to us that sit here all night long for others to get up, leave, go home, and do whatever they do. I'm a single mom too. I have 4 children, I have 2 grands. I need to go home just like everybody else, but because I know it's important to do the city's business, I stay. But tonight, I'm gonna take a stand. And after I vote, Madam Clerk, I am leaving.
Good, there's 2.
I am leaving, and they can say, Mims broke the quorum. No, you broke the quorum when you left here earlier. When you chose not to listen to the public, when you chose to disrespect the public by not being here. I refuse to continue operating as business as usual when others are disrespecting the public and their concerns. It's not fair. When we walk out this building, let me tell you something. We walk out to our car with no one. Once we walk out the building, that door closed, we're out there by ourselves. Then we gotta drive through this community. Remember, I'm a female. Look, I'm the only female here tonight. We gotta drive through the community by ourselves, get out our vehicle when we get to our car, by ourselves, and go into our properties. This is what's going on. And when everybody leaves here, the clerk and the secretary that's sitting here, they are here most times by themselves, and Councilwoman Cotton will stay with them. The men don't even stay with them at all. They're here by themselves, and they know they're here by themselves. So imagine it's worse for them because they leave probably an hour after we leave, and then they got to walk out there to their cars, which are parked in that dark lot now with the construction going on. They got to go through all that process and then get in their vehicles as women again to travel through the community and go home by themselves. We have to do better. It's not a grandstand. I don't need the grandstand. I don't do photo ops because I don't need to do that because I'm born and raised Paterson. I know what Paterson deserves. I've been here all my life. It's not a front for me. I didn't move away and come back. No, I've been here for 53 years. Went to school here, my kids went to school here, my sister, everybody. And I just think what's happening is a sad scenario. And I wonder, do they call the others that won't stay at the meeting all night? Do they call them when they start making little negative comments and talking about, on one breath you talk about, don't talk about our religion, but then you disparage others' religion? Like, I don't understand it. I just really don't get it. The sly remarks about who's a pastor, who love God. I mean, come on, we don't have to do that because we're sitting here to represent the community. You know how many people call? If every call we receive for money, it supersedes our paycheck because every day somebody's calling. Their rent can't get paid. They're overdoing their light bill. They call us every day for money. And guess what? Sometimes we assist them, and then most times we tell them where to go. They refuse to go to get the resources after we've told them. I've taken them in my vehicle to get resources.
That's right.
And made phone calls for people to get resources. We got to do better. Paterson, trust and believe. I didn't hold up city business tonight because I'm here every single night to the very end. But tonight, I'm gonna take a stand. I'm taking a stand, and I'm not staying all night. I am not the one who really broke the quorum, the people that left early and left this meeting and made excuses. But I'm going home, just like their kids and families deserve to see them, mines do too. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Good night, public.
Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson. And thank you those who are still here. We are here because we are serving, we're getting paid. But those who are here because you care about Paterson. So I commend you for staying here until midnight. One thing that's bothering me from the very beginning, I would say, especially today, that I feel the power of council president is more than the power of the mayor. Because he can, and I'm not indicating anybody person, I'm talking about the seat. The council president, he or she has that much power, can remove anything from the agenda as his wish or her wish. And that's what's happening. And here I want to bring the attention to my clerk and Corporation Council. We brought the televising workshop session. And we do respect Councilman Mims. I'm dropping that and I'm trying to bring something different, which is I want televising workshop session along with people can participate to the speaking session over the phone. That's what I'm going to bring up. I know he's going to drop that off. But what we can do is, I think I will leave the meeting. Quorum is not going to happen. Then let's paralyze for certain times. Otherwise, I have to be council president favorite person to let my agenda to go through. How is it fair? I'm not talking about this particular agenda. I'm talking about anything comes in the future. If he doesn't like me, it's not going to go through anywhere. I'm not talking about the next election. Yes, we are hoping for July. But anybody, for example, if I become the council president, and if I don't like someone, then I'll drop that person's agenda off from the list. What is this? So can we come up with the agenda that we want? Last workshop session I requested 5 minutes speaking time. Now I want an agenda with workshop session televised, along with people should participate over the phone. They don't have to come here, they can call from the home. Let's see where it goes. Because it bothers me, because I feel this, I have no power then. Because whatever I'll come up with, I have to have acknowledgement from the council president before I come up with anything. Then what's the point of me, the representing people of the city of Paterson? And a few other things I'm going to email as well, Councilman Velez. I'm requesting, 3 months ago I requested some of the stop signs. I'm going to bring it to the workshop session. If you drop off, it will drop off because people need to know, because people waiting for the last 3 months on this.
Good.
This is what's really bothering me. The way I'm speaking, you can feel that, because how this is fair. And Corporation Council, I think, I don't know, I respect you and you are a loving person for everyone, I believe. But again, if we need to update anything, we need to update something. But if this is the case, then regardless who becomes the council president, I have to be his, I'm sorry, I don't want to use the word, I have to kiss. I can't do this. Because I represent the city of Paterson right here. I'm not here to deal with any council member, and I'm talking about myself. I stand on my principle. And everyone knows this. I'm not for this side or that side. I don't care about that side. Whatever I feel right for the people, I stand on this. Whether they like me or not like me. Because this council body did not elect me. The people elected me.
That's right. Well, I did not vote for you.
Well, thank you. However, still, I am representing the city of Paterson. That's what I believe. So Corporation Council, whatever, if we need to update anything, if you think this is not serving the people in a democratic way, then we need to update something. But if this is the case, then I have no power until I become the council president, or I have to be council president, one of the favorite guy. And I can't be this. It doesn't matter the current council president or future council president. I can't be anybody's favorite person. I can't. Because I'm not here to listen to any council member. I'm here to listen to the people of the Paterson. One thing Reverend mentioned about regarding the developers and giving back to the community, and one thing, the first month of after I elected, I sat down with the Corporation Council, I sat down with a mayor and other individuals that whether we can come up with something that if anyone develops in certain area of Paterson, they have to give back certain amount to the recreation, sporting field, or schooling system. Can we do this? And Corporation Council, I think the response was that we cannot put anything on the paper that they have to donate or give toward certain amount toward recreational facilities or the school system. But again, I think, and I'm not sure how other municipalities are doing. And as of an example, I can use West Orange, where they have the option, they have the, I'm not sure the resolution or ordinance that if someone gets pilot or tax abatement, they have to give back toward the schooling system and sporting field, because since they are not paying any taxes to the school system or county, only 5% is going to the, I think only 5% going to the county. So with that being said, Paterson, here I have nothing to hide. Not everyone comes here to praise me. Council meeting, Ms. Mohammed yelled at me two weeks ago. I want it to be televised. Nothing wrong with me. I'm doing it. I'm getting this back from the community. That's what I'm sitting here for. I love to hear the criticism. I'm not scared to get televised of my people cursing at me, because people cursing me because they deserve more from me. I'm not scared about this televised. But things bother me that if I come up with anything, it's not going to go through because I'm not anybody's favorite person. Nobody's. And I can't be anybody's favorite person. So with that being said, Paterson, just know this. When mainstream, in this world, in current world, the media, social media works more than mainstream medias, because mainstream media always fail. And thank you, Commissioner Corey Teague and Brother Mahia for putting this on live. And why you cannot do this live from the City Hall?
Just give us a minute.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Mr. Gonzalez?
can you bring us back? There you go, we back.
So again,
You could start all over again, you want.
no, I don't have to, Councilman. I believe Paterson is well in a concern. I think they watch more Facebook than our life. I don't know, whatever it is. Anyway, City of Paterson, I'm representing all 6 wards. I don't represent any particular ward, so I care about everyone, similar way. Yes, sometimes you can feel that, councilman is not supporting this agenda or that agenda. Again, I'm saying that I may not support all the agendas. It depends on what I think, I think this majority people's favoring. That's what I go through, not particular group of people. But again, dropping off from the list is scaring me, because if I come up with something tomorrow, it's not going to go through the council meeting. That's my fear now. So, however, I'm not powerless. Thank you. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public session.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Last Tuesday, I left the council meeting. Every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, I wake up. I go to bed every night, 1 o'clock in the morning, doing what I was called to do, to serve. But every time I leave the house and I say, hasta luego, see you later to the family, I always said, Lord, give me the strength and bring me back home safe, because I have to go out and serve the community. When I went to my doctors, I'll go to my doctors, I say, doctor, and I had to pay everything cash because I don't have medical insurance. I told my doctor, thank you for everything you do for me, because the only thing I ask for you as a doctor and the Lord is to give me health for I could serve more the community. Tonight, having not been that different, has been the same. There's a lot of anger, listen up, there's a lot of anger in this community towards the administration that we are the one receiving the attack. We are the one receiving the slanders and all the negativity of the community when they come and say something that it bothers them. We humans, we hear the Jesus family to say that we don't sympathize or we're not feeling what they're feeling. Listen, I haven't lost a brother or haven't had a missing person, but I have participated in those type of situations. I know how they hurt. We don't want justice just for Najee or for a cop that died or residents in 4th Ward died or 1st Ward or any ward that had died under gunshot. We want justice for all of them, for the victims and for the families. We all want that. But I gotta read the same thing that I posted on Facebook last Tuesday. And with that, I go to end. Although I wrote in Facebook, although I seem that I'm alone in this battle, but it's not. I'm not alone. God is with me. I just left the council meeting. That was last Tuesday. The only thing that I asked God, may you have mercy on all those who has slandered me tonight, give false testimony, and try to humiliate me because the way I speak or because I am Latino. But one thing I know that they will not kill is the love and the passion to continue serving this community. And I'm going to continue serving this community in this capacity, in another capacity, because I was born to serve. And yes, I've been attacked for the way I speak, and that's not new. But I'm proud to say that I'm an original Puerto Rican, and I could have a Spanglish in my language. Meanwhile, those that say they're Puerto Ricans, but they really don't feel like Puerto Ricans. And I'm not going to take this meeting into a racist statement like always they do. I'm not going to divide this community like other people continue doing it. One thing I got to say is there's so much anger in the community that I always told the mayor, we the one that take the beat. We are the ones sitting here listening to all the concerns and listening to all the complaints. And the only thing I ask tonight to the Lord and everything listen, I could go to sleep tonight and tomorrow don't wake up that God have called me, but I know I'll go home. Peace, in peace. God bless you. The Lord have mercy to those that have slandered me and have brought false testimony. Karma, God is good. Madam Clerk, God bless you. My vote is yes. Good night, everyone. Whoever want to get up first, men say is getting up first, or me, whatever. No. But I have a family waiting also for me at home. God bless you all. My vote is yes.
Council member, before my vote, I will close the meeting. Just give us a second. Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to, and I will be brief. When I'm sitting here acting as a council president, I'm trying to give the community the respect and the time that they deserve. There's a lot of pain in this community. A lot of people are suffering. A lot of people, they have a lot of frustration. And this is the channel that they have. When I tell people just be mindful with the time, is because if we have 30 speakers, times 3 minutes each is an hour and a half. Some people, they extend the time. I give them the courtesy because I want to hear the community. There's a lot of pain. Our community is suffering. They're looking for an answer. And I'm trying to be I'm trying to bring peace into this council. I'm equally respectful with each council member, with all my colleagues. When I'm sitting here, I'm just trying to do the job and bring balance into this council and give everybody the respect and the time that they deserve. That's my job when I sit here. Some member of the community, they might feel offensive when I tell them, please just wrap it off. Be mindful that there's other people. But there's senior like Ms. Wahida, we love you and we thank you for staying here until this time with us after midnight, that they waiting to speak. So that's the reason why I ask everybody to be mindful. Today it was a very difficult meeting for me because see Giovanni de Jesus, the brother of Feli de Jesus, on that condition on the podium, that touched my heart on a way that I cannot. I'm still thinking about how the pain that you see on his face. And that's the kind of thing that we're dealing with in this city. And on top of that, when I hear the coach of the city carnival coming into the podium begging for a field for a team that is nationally recognized, that really concerned me because what is that we're doing in the city of Paterson? You could say that you're doing many things, but if what you're doing is not impacting the life of the people that live in this city, you're not doing nothing. And for me, government is simple. It's simple. You just make sure, address the issue of the community, serve the people. The stadium, and I know we hear this 100 times, but if you think about this, we're going to finish the stadium over 120 million. Councilman Jackson mentioned this number all the time, and he's totally correct. But what hurt me the most is that you have a team from out of town that they're going to use most of the time on that stadium. They say that they're going to only play there, but I play baseball. You have to practice on the field that you're going to play. So it really concerned that we're not keeping our children in mind. There's shooting in our community. Our kids, they're being killed in our city. People are being evicted from their property. People, they cannot even pay their taxes on time because of the financial situation that they're going through. Listen, Reverend Lagarde came into the mic, and I thank him for coming tonight. I feel very excited when I saw him because he asked the mayor that he should come here and sit there. Way before all of this happened, I make that recommendation on multiple occasions. This is not a attack because it's my opponent. It's not my attack. He knows that I'm not going anywhere. I'm not moving anywhere. I love this city, but I'm a council member and he's the mayor. He is on the position of leadership to come here and face the people. When he never faced the Feli de Jesus family in the way that he's supposed to be facing. And all the problems, listen, we should be talking about this. We should have a serious conversation about this, about what happened in Paterson. Let's continue praying for our city. I love the city. All the constituents in the third ward, they know that I love to serve. And all I want to do is to give back to the city of Paterson. This is a great city. But we have to start thinking about what are we doing? Where are we putting our effort? Our children, our family, what are we doing with our city? I want to mention once again that there's $35,000 reward for anybody that knows something about Feli de Jesus. And the Heldon Police Department, it's 973-790-4444. And the family, Feli de Jesus family cell phone number is 862-282-4171. Let's continue to pray for our city, Madam BA. Let's make sure that we get in touch with the coach of the city carnival to get to the bottom of the situation. They should not be begging for a field. That team is being recognized nationally. Let's address those problems that are affecting us directly. With that being said, council members, the rest of the items that we have on the agenda, we're going to move it for the next meeting. Those items, they don't need to be on the workshop. They're going to be on the next regular meeting. And also, there's on first reading, all the fees, all the resolution, all the ordinance that we have for fees, we remove out of the agenda at the early stage of the meeting. So the rest of the item will be moving to the next meeting. Let's pray for our city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The public portion is hereby closed.
Motion to close.
Motion to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Uring.
Jackson.
Can you do the roll call from this side? From here down there?
Roll call to adjourn the meeting. of Tuesday, April 11, 2023. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I was sitting here contemplating whether or not I should even engage or follow up to be so petty. But, you know, people do things here for it's show and tell as he's trying to trot out the room real quick and run out who's fake, who's not, nationality. There's people here from all walks of life, from all different nationalities that have the capacity to express themselves, and then to make a comment of such as being discriminatory because of your race. But anyway, I'll pause it there, Madam Clerk, because I'm aware of the rules, and we no longer have quorum, so this meeting automatically must be adjourned. So have a good night.
Thank you. Your vote, yes, sir?
We don't have to vote.
We don't have a quorum, so it must be next meeting.
That was a tactic.
City of Paterson, so as you saw, well, we move all the items for the next meeting. But definitely there have to be a conversation with the entire governing body, definitely. God bless you, Paterson. Madam BA, let's make sure that we contact Irma Goran tomorrow to address the problem. 155 Atlanta, our senior, they're suffering. That building is in terrible disrepair. All right, thank you. Good night, Paterson.